Previously on Best Ball Breakfast. And someone says, I'm done watching this show unless Brock Bowers smashes. If you had a lie detector test, Shawn, right now, you would be failing it. I truly believe that.
I'm taking some Zach Ertz.
Yeah, go Brees. Let's go running back. Let's do it. We're heroing it. Hero.
I just thought this guy was a sweaty nerd in his basement. Silva took a little time off this summer. He found God, and he said, I want to participate on a Peter Overzet program.
It's a lot of froth. It's going to leave some white stuff around the top of that lip.
Guys, Marvin Harrison's over there, and they're like, nope, we just have a fixed cam on Greg fucking Dortch. Pat, we are turning into Davis and trying to build the same team every week. All right, and today on what could be the final Monday Best Ball Breakfast, next Monday is Labor Day, and the final Best Ball Mania drafting Best Ball Breakfast. It looks like it could fill by the later this week. We are going to draft 4 more Best Ball Mania 5 teams. We, of course, always have the solo draft with me up top. Then we have Shawn Siegele from Rotoviz swinging by for the second draft. Then the BBM3 champ, Pat Keenan, for the third draft. And today, my special guest is JM to Win from 1 Week Season. I do a weekly DFS show with him in season, but I always like to get him on toward the end of Best Ball drafting to get his macro thoughts on the landscape. He always has really unique insights. And then immediately following Best Ball Breakfast over on the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel, we have the debut of the 2024 Best Ball Bros video. I'm very excited for all of you guys to see that. Let's buckle up. We got a big morning on tap. My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags. I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in the plus EV way. Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts?
We just don't know.
GMs. It's honestly blowing my mind as I was like running through the logistics of the schedule here, how quickly things are coming to an end for best ball drafting. But we are going to squeeze this lemon for all it's worth here down the home stretch. Joss is excited about the Best Ball Bros video. Like I said in the cold open, I do have the links pinned here. Basically, it's going to be a live premiere at 2 p.m., but then it'll just be up on the Deposit Kingdom site. If you guys want to watch it live, I think it's fun to have a little live chat for the premiere there. But yeah, excited for you guys to see that. What is going on? GMs. Kevin says, Pete, I ran into your room on Saturday. You drafted a Texan stack out of the 12 hole. So this was that draft you're referencing, Kevin. We did an Underdog Cardio Club event live in Cambridge. There was, a handful of us. We met up, we did a run, and I had multiple things happening where I had the 12 hole and I grabbed Nico Collins and I think it was Drake London. And, we're chatting, we're running. I'm almost getting hit by a cyclist. And then I show up on the 3-4 turn and I kind of just mindlessly look down at my phone and I'm like, oh, Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs are here. That seems great. Swipe. And then next thing you realize, I go, oh shit, I took all 3 Texans wide receivers. And then I had this moment of truth, Kevin. I said, could I take CJ Stroud at the 5-6 turn, right? Like for this to work out, I need CJ Stroud to ball out, all 3 of these wide receivers to pay off. And I said, no. We're pushing it. We pushed CJ Stroud all the way to pick 84. It took some cojones, but we did land the full-blown triple stack with a CJ Stroud value. So yeah, you caught me in a cardio club draft for that one. What is up? Highlight from the weekend. Had a couple highlights. It was the Underdog Cardio Club event was very fun. We did the run and then went over to a bar in Harvard Square afterwards, had some drinks and some good times. And then on Friday night, I had a bunch of my old improv buddies over to my house. So that was fun to get to catch up with them. A couple of them were in town. And so, it was a good weekend of socializing, hanging out. And now we got to get down to business. I was looking, I have 17 more Best Ball Mania drafts to do before I hit my 150. So I'm trying to time that correctly. I got some big dog drafts I'm trying to get in, all kinds of other drafts that we're doing over on Ship Chasing. I'm in slow drafts with a bunch of our co-managers, all kinds of crazy stuff going on. So we're juggling a lot right now. We got some videos coming out, but it is a beautiful time of the year. TCD is excited for the live premiere here. I need to pour some coffee, and then we can kind of get more down to business here. Pete did not go to school in Boston over Zet, but I do like the sound of that. Let's see here. Yes, Tim, have you tried any of the Badge Bros Brawl drafts? I highly recommend them. I've only gotten one in. I plan to get a few more in here shortly, but the format for you guys who haven't seen, it's an 18-round draft, but it's only 6 drafters. So everyone has super teams, but what that does is introduce a really fun game theory element. Of course, the Badge Bros, known for their scrolling the F down. There is a huge element to being willing to scroll down and draft good players that aren't drafted in some of these contests. You can mix up your structures. You can prioritize different positions and not get burned in a way that you do in a 12-person draft. So highly recommend checking out the Brawl video, or sorry, the Brawl challenge when you guys get a sec. I need to see how many. Did that already fill? What do we got going in the lobby there? Oh no, did I only get 1 entry into the Badge Bros Brawl? God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, this was that contest filled. BBM filling on Friday. That was my prediction. I had someone ask me like a month ago. I've been saying the Friday before Labor Day weekend was my official prediction. Looking like I am going to be spot on that one. If you are trying to get your entries in for Best Ball Mania, I would make sure they are done before then. I'm not going to make any promises, maybe considering doing a special Friday afternoon edition of Best Ball Breakfast. Maybe if I just save 1 bullet and it's close to filling, we might do a quick stream on Friday for my 150th. No promises, though. I don't know exactly how the fill rate and my schedule are all going to break, but that could potentially be in play for us. All right, we hopped in a Best Ball Mania draft, and we are ready to rock. Like I said, this is my 134th. Let's get this screen shared up here. We got the 108 in this draft. And who do we got? Do we got some friends and family in here? We got Star Kindler. We got Biff. We got Andy, 8052. All right, we got some heavy hitters in here. I have definitely noticed a lot of the drafters do have seemed to max now. A lot of the hardcore drafters, so the rooms have been a little friendlier. I had a really funny thing happen last night. I was recording a Deposit Kingdom video. I've been doing those draft style videos. The most recent one was with Eric Bimefor. I did one with Fareed Shahid, who won BBM. I've done a bunch of those where I asked them some of their favorite ways to attack drafts, and then we hop into a draft. And so I'm doing one with Sacrilegious from Leg Up, and I won't give too many spoilers except for this. He's telling me about how the Patriot stacks are his favorite way to attack. And I'm like, great. And so we hop into a draft. And who has the 101 in that draft? Pat Kerrane. Pat Kerrane randomly in my draft. And you will not believe when I tell you that he caused trouble for us trying to get our Patriot stacks. So you can keep an eye out for that video on the Deposit Kingdom channel later this week. And all kinds of videos. We're gonna have Best Ball Bros today. We'll have that draft with Sacrilegious in a couple days on the channel. And then at the end of the week, we'll have the Truth Serum video. You guys have probably heard it referenced on a few different pods. I've got about 20 different clips from some Best Ball thought leaders around the space. I gave them a little Truth Serum and I said, tell me your deepest, darkest take that you're embarrassed about, that's too hot to share in another forum. And we will stitch those together into a very fun video. So all kinds of good stuff going on. The Deposit Kingdom channel. Make sure you guys are subscribed over there. Looks like we're going to start with a running back today. Bijan goes. So we are going to take Breece Hall here at 1-8. And let's see what happened to make that happen. Just the wide receivers going ahead. Jefferson, Amon-Ra, which I feel like has been pretty standard now. Bijan and Breece routinely falling to 7 and 8. And I get it. Yeah, I have never seen such I don't know, not relevant news as Juju Smith-Schuster signing with the Chiefs. I feel like I've seen 19 comments about Juju to the Chiefs. Are we excited about this? A leg up guy said he liked the Patriots. What's next? Davis said he liked Mahomes. Exactly. You dare me to start Breece Achane and make it work? Yeah, I don't think I want to. Clay, I don't think I want to make that work. We have seen Juju on the Chiefs, and he was what, like 6 years younger when that happened? And it still didn't really work out. Mike says, how many of the marathons are you going to try to do with BBM likely filling this week? I think my poison is going to be the sprint draft. I really enjoy that format and the price point and the structure. So that's where I will be overlay chasing myself. We are on the clock. I have been trying to get a little bit more Nico Collins. I'm pretty smoothed out my exposures. I actually don't have them. You know what? Let me get my exposures up in here. I am going to go over and get that on the Draft Caddy right now because I want to see those. I'm pretty smooth on my round 2 wide receivers here. I was at like 9 or 10% on basically all of those guys, but have been trying to get a little bit more Debo. So I'm going to go here in the Draft Caddy. We're going to change that to our Underdog exposures. And then we're going to quickly go over here and just pull our BBM exposures. Where are you, BBM? Where are you, BBM? There you are. All right. And then we pull this up and we grab our exposures. And then we're going to come back over here and we are going to find this BBM and we are going to refresh. But yeah, I've been working to get my Nico up. I think I'm doing decent with it. Let's see what it says I'm up to for Nico here. Yeah, up to 12% Nico. You can see here some of these other wide receivers. I got the fade on Adams, even or about on Olave, definitely heavy on Neighbors, who goes here. I'm at like 20% Neighbors. So we're doing a little portfolio balancing here down the stretch, but having tabbed through most of my exposures, other than like the fucking Troy Franklin stuff, feeling decent about where I'm at. What's up, Goose? Becoming a YouTube member. As always, you guys get access to those premium Best Ball After Dark shows. And then there's just the slight switch in season. I'll keep the After Dark shows rolling. Those will pivot to DFS After Dark. Plan to record those mostly on Saturday evenings. A little easier for me to stay consistent with that schedule in season just because I'm around my desk for Sunday main slates more regularly on Saturdays. And then we will have the VIP cram show as well. That's for the DFS tier as well. I think it's only like $1 to upgrade to that. But I will keep you guys posted on when we start flipping over to the DFS YouTube membership tier. But if you guys do want to hop in the Discord with your membership, you sync it up. We do have the Best Ball Breakfast channel where I've been tipping you guys off when I hop in these drafts. Copy paste says, why does round 16 through 18 feel super gross now? I actually don't think it feels gross. I think by ADP it's gross, but I think we now have so many good scroll down plays that haven't been drafted a lot. Holy shit. We're going to give me Mike Evans at pick 32. Yeah. Yes. Sign me up, please. Very much so. Breece Hall, Nico Collins, Mike Evans to start. Let's do some gams here. How did this happen? How did Mike Evans get to me? Okay, Diggs, Dell, DJ Moore. Man, the vet's falling like rocks in this one. Adams to 27, Mike Evans to 32. A little value hound there. Corey, what is your plan for DFS playing spy, red zone per usual? Yeah, I think my usual. A couple of the mid-stakes single entries. Yeah, I'll see how I'm feeling. You know, last year I kind of committed to playing less lineups, and I did good with that for about, I don't know, 8 or 9 weeks. And then I'm like, let's do 3 lineups. Let's do 4 lineups. I think I will once again try to only have a couple of lineups that I focus on. And so, yeah, pretty much single entry in 3 max for me this year. We will have the Swolecast, which you guys might have heard is moving to Tuesdays, going to be the first look show on Tuesdays. And so we are going to kick that off. It'll be a week from tomorrow will be the first Tuesday show for week 1. So it is going to be jarring to be swapping out ADPs for salaries here very shortly. But yeah, and then I'm going to have some updates too on my schedule. I'm going to have a weekly video on the Deposit Kingdom channel in season that's going to be focused specifically on Battle Royale strategy. So got really into it last year, going to dive even deeper into the weeds this year, and excited for that. I can just not buy a Rashee Rice share right now. I mean, this guy, every single day he goes higher and higher. Rashee Rice went at pick 34 here. All right. Man, you guys just absolutely annihilated the wide receivers. Absolutely nuked them. Man. Do I want to pull up a wide receiver here? Or maybe we grab the tight end here and just grab 2. I think that's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and grab LaPorta here. And then I don't feel like reaching for McLaurin or Kirk. And then we'll probably like the wide receivers at 6, 7. I've kind of ended up about where I thought I would on the elite tight ends. You know, I am light on LaPorta and Kelce as the 2 most expensive one. I'm at about, with this share, I'll be over 7% LaPorta, 7.5% Kelce, and then 12.8% McBride, 14.3% Andrews, 12% Kincaid, 13.5% Pitts, 15% Kittle. And then Bowers is up there as well, 17.3%. So I kind of like how that shook out. I had a stretch where McBride was by far my most drafted, and then I kind of balanced that out a bit. Wouldn't mind clicking McBride a few more times down the home stretch, but overall feel good about where I've ended up on my elite tight ends. And this draft, we start with Breece Hall, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, and Sam LaPorta. Tiger Cut says, I'd go Josh Allen here. Well, guess what, buddy? You should fire up a draft, and you can have Josh Allen in basically the 4th round anytime you want. I do not. That it's you know what? I've already kind of teased what it is, but my true serum take is I think elite quarterback is bad in Best Ball Mania, and you'll have to watch the true serum video to get my full explanation on that. But I'm sorry, I'm not a huge elite tight end guy. Let me look at my exposure. So 5.3% Allen. I am slightly over on Hurts, 9%, mainly because you get a lot of the AJ Brown and Devontae Smith stacks. I'm super light on Patrick Mahomes. You know, it's just absolutely blasphemy not to be taking Patrick Mahomes at the 3-4 turn right now. I'm light on Anthony Richardson, slightly over on Stroud, light on Kyler, about even on Burrow, light on all of these guys. Yeah, until we get down to Jaden Daniels. My quarterback exposures are super smoothed out, but definitely tilted toward late round guys. Tons of Drake May, tons of Bo Nix. I am kind of sad to see my Jaden Daniels exposure drop so much. I had like 25% of him in the first month. Got pretty good CLV on that, but a little bummed that I haven't kept as much pace to stay overweight on Jaden Daniels. And this is like the part of the thesis of why I don't like it with these. I mean, there are some situations, like I did a draft with Ron Stewart where we took Josh Allen and then ended up with a 3 quarterback build. But I really like how the 3 QB dynamics work in the pod structure, where you have to go 1 of 16, 1 of 16, finish top 20 in a 400 plus person final or whatever. I want to have those unique stack outs. And I just think there's a lot of opportunity costs to passing on some of the wide receivers and tight ends in round 4. All right. I've been trying to, I said I wanted to get a little Josh Jacobs up here. This room is going to give me the discount. This feels like a classic, like best ball breakfast room. Like we're in the, first week of June. Josh Jacobs is sliding. The old wide receivers are sliding. We're going to grab Josh Jacobs here at pick 56. So we start Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Nico Collins, Mike Evans. I was fully prepared to grab a couple of wide receivers here, But, the value hound in me decided to scoop a little Josh Jacobs. Got to balance out those Marshawn Lloyd bags a bit. People like elite QB because it makes them feel warm and fuzzy inside. Like when you stare at the starting lineup, which has always been the fallacy of fantasy football of I got to fill out my starting lineup. Xavier Worthy at 47. That's nothing. Davis took Xavier Worthy at pick 38 on the Swolecast the other day. That is pretty crazy that Mahomes came all the way back around to 55 here and still went unstacked to somebody. I'm the Worthy drafter at 47, not taking Mahomes at 50 is kind of nuts. All right, this will work out to get a wide receiver. Let's normally I take Keenan here, but let's do the double with Mike Evans. We get the Mike Evans discount here. We'll take Godwin right at ADP and get Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Oh, my bad. Yes, the Mahomes drafter has Kelsey. I missed that. Now, one wide receiver through 5 rounds, that can be a bold strategy. They do take Keenan Allen there, which is a good second wide receiver to get if you're going to go 2 wide receivers through 6 rounds. My team so far, Breece Hall and Josh Jacobs, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Sam LaPorta. Yes, Chris Godwin famously takes care of his body, unlike Fat Keenan. I'm so pissed. The other day, I fell for Daniel Raz had an incredible Photoshop. Did you guys see this? I'm normally pretty good about not falling for this stuff, but he just got me with this Photoshop. He goes, if you weren't worried about Keenan Allen's reported weight before, you should be now. It appears he has been working at Condé Nast as a Chicago area food critic, reviewing local deep dish establishments. And it's kind of hard to see here, I guess, if I don't zoom in a ton. Let me see if I can. It said it's like the perfect Photoshop with the hyperlink, reviewed by Chicago Bears wide receiver Keenan Allen. And I fell for it. I fell for it. I replied to him, please tell me how you found this. How did that reply get 96 likes? Just everyone liking it, knowing I fucking fell for that hook, line, and sinker. God damn it, Daniel Raz. And then I listened to them on the podcast talking and making this joke that inspired him to go spin up this Photoshop. And I'm still so pissed I fell for that. I literally went and searched the original Condé Nast article. I should have done that before I replied. I literally did. What was the name of the restaurant? I went like this. I went, Pequod's Pizza, Condé Nast review, pulled up this article, and then went down here. And you know who actually wrote it? Antonio Basada. Antonio Basada wrote it. And I believed it. You know, credit to Keenan Allen for having enough of a personal brand to where you'd think he'd be like a Renaissance man that would be out there like, hey, I'm in Chicago. Let me do some guest pizza reviews. God damn it. I love how now there's like people in Chicago who are mad. I don't know the exact pronunciation of their famous Chicago deep dish restaurant. I am so sorry. All right, let's see here. I want to grab another wide receiver. I love Keon Coleman. Yeah, we're doing Keon Coleman here. Keon Coleman, making sure there's nothing else I'm missing. Yeah, Keon Coleman it is. Wow, yeah. Look at everybody now fighting. Brandon Merchant throwing a Molotov cocktail here. Chicago pizza sucks. I need more coffee. I need more wide receivers, and I need more coffee. Guys, we can't be talking about this the entire show. BBM is going to fill by sometime at the end of the week. It's at 86%. It's been, I don't know, somewhere between like 1.5%, 2% fill rate a day. And then I think that will pick up as well as we enter the finish line and people are trying to catch up, enter a few last minute slow drafts. But yes, my official prediction that I've been on the record for over a month has been the Friday before Labor Day weekend was my prediction. Way back when people were saying BBM is going to field the first week of August. No. Friday before Labor Day. Yes. Thank you. The whole reason I took Keon Coleman is not because he's a 21-year-old rookie tied to a quarterback that I wanted to pass on in the 4th round, who has ample opportunity, who has been ripping up camp, playing in 2 wide receiver sets, earning a healthy target share. The reason I took him is because he plays opposite Breece Hall in week 17. All right. What do we want to do here? We're doing that. We didn't get any kind of fall on quarterbacks we're interested in. This is going to be a running back selection for us. We could also do Sutton that I don't mind, but I think should we do some Ramondre here? We'll do a little Ramondre, making sure if my bye weeks are fine here. Here's the team through 3. Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson. Wide receivers, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Keon Coleman, tight end Sam LaPorta. Our next picks, 104, 113, 128 are kind of quarterback stack options. Obviously, Stroud's gone. We have Baker, who is a premium target on this team with Evans and Godwin. And then Goff would certainly be in play for LaPorta. And then other than that, we're probably building out some secondary stacks as well. I feel like this is a hot take. DeAndre Swift over Ramondre. What are their ADPs right now? Ramondre's 84, Swift 88. So yeah, that's a hot take by both ADP and I would say sentiment. People really cooling on Swift. Khalil Herbert had a really good preseason. There's a lot of ways I think things go wrong for DeAndre Swift. I kind of stopped taking him probably this past month. Yeah, I was at, I think, like 12 or 13. I'm down to 7.5%. I think that's about where I want to be. I can see the path. I can see the upside case, which is basically Chicago Bears offense goes burr. DeAndre Swift has the goal line work and is just kind of like the lead back on a really good offense. Like I can certainly see that. I can also see kind of a committee situation where Khalil Herbert is eating into some of the early down rushing work, where Roschon Johnson is eating into some of the passing work. And then once you're mired in a 3-way committee and you already have some of the issues that DeAndre Swift demonstrated last year in an equally good spot as the lead back on the Eagles, I can see complications there. And I just think there's bigger paths to upside for a lot of these guys going around him. Let's see here. This is, oh, damn. I was going to click Dobbs there. We'll click, we're just going to keep value hounding it. I understand getting spooked on some of the Zamir White stuff, but we are going to take him here at 104. We're just drafting a high T team here. Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson, Zamir White, Nico, Mike Evans, Godwin, Keon. Crutches says Swift and Ramondre are both psyops. Crutches, aren't you a big Drake May bull? I think it's pretty bad to be mega in on a quarterback elevating the offense and then being out on their lead back, especially one who has such little competition. Like Antonio Gibson is the psyops. I mean, how many times has this guy had a chance to do something? If the Patriots offense is good because of May, Ramondre is going to have an awesome season. I would not want to be trying to thread the needle of Drake May smash, Ramondre bust. This team is for Evan Silva. Again, reminder, we do have the fantasy feud. It's going to be the randomizer finale on Thursday. It's Team ETR, Evan Silva, John Daigle, Mike Leone squaring off versus Team Ship Chasing, which will be Ben Gretsch, Pat Kerrane, and Davis Maddock. I will be hosting as Steve Harvey. We have been working through all of the logistics, and I'm very excited for you guys to see this show. It wouldn't be a best ball bro thing, Shorty Vegas points out here, if I didn't say we could stop at running back here. Wide receivers are getting absolutely lit up here. So I'm going to have to pull someone up. I am going to pull up a guy who I think is undervalued right now in Adonai Mitchell. He's been someone I've been trying to grab. I think you could make the case that Adonai Mitchell should be going like a round after the lad, Keon, Brian Thomas. I mean, everything has broke awesome for him. Dwayne McFarland had some really good usage notes about him from this preseason. I'll pull it up here. But yeah, I think Adonai Mitchell is pretty massively undervalued. Here you go. Showed versatility from the slot with downs out and bumped Pierce from the field in 2 tight end sets. That's pretty insane. If Mitchell is playing on the field in 2 tight end or in 2 tight end sets, and when they only have 2 wide receivers out there, and you can look at his utilization relative to some of these other guys, 86% of the routes, 22% targets per route run here, 22% of the targets. Decent chunk of the air yards here. So I think this preseason has gone about as well as you could hope for Adonai Mitchell. And I think his ADP is just kind of a classic, anchoring bias to where he's been going all year. JGFC, how are you playing the Herbert Roschon stuff? I can't get it out of my mind that in one preseason game they both played and Roschon had the first crack. I honestly don't think I have a ton of, I show you my Bears exposure here. Swift, 7.5%. Herbert, I'm light on both those guys, 1.5%. Herbert, 3%. Roschon. Yeah, so that's my answer. I haven't been dealing with it too much. So Jared Goff went. I am going to have to get a little bit creative with some back stacks here. Polk does go, so I'm not going to be able to set up anything there. All right, we are going to have to, we're obviously going to be getting Baker, but I have no other stacks set up right now. We could, I think something with Mike Williams makes sense. We could go Mike Williams and then get Rodgers on the board because we also have Brees. We also have the bring back with Keon Coleman. I don't hate that. Trying to think here. Anything else? Yeah, Downs goes. I have no, man, this is one of these wide. We just had Josh Downs go 20 picks ahead of ADP. I think we grab Mike Williams here. It is slightly ahead of ADP, but we already have the 2 Jets and gives us another quarterback out, which I think we need pretty badly right now. No one will let me get Jalen Polk anymore. I guess I could have taken Jalen Polk ahead of Adonai Mitchell, but I want to get my my Mitchell numbers up. I would say the dip is over on Downs if he's going. He's going there at 127. Has there actually been a positive injury update on Downs that I missed? Chat is fired up today. We got 712 people watching live. We're going to have Shawn Siegele coming by at 11. Pat Kerrane at noon. Jam to Win at 1 p.m. Eastern. See, I think we're going to be forced to, man, the tight ends in this range have just been taking hits, right? Freiermuth, his usage split in the preseason with Darnell Washington. I don't even remember who the other tight end that was mixing in for snaps. The Musgrave stuff looks a little shakier now with Tucker Kraft coming on. Obviously, we had the early stuff with Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett. I think this team should probably consider Conklin, and we just rip it in on the Jets. Tua is a slider here. All right, this is what we're going to do. Are there any other quarterback out stuff that I should consider? Not doing. You know what? Maybe if we're just all pulling up all of these guys, maybe I'll grab Leggett and just make sure I have one, it gives me a bring back for my my Tampa Bay stuff, and it also gives me an out to Bryce Young if I need to scramble at quarterback. So yeah, we'll grab Leggett there. Wow, Jalen McMillan at 139. Star Kidler is getting his guys. Yeah, we could just throw ADP out the window in this one. We can just throw it out. I mentioned this at the top of the show. Swolecast switches to Tuesday next week. Yeah, we'll be one last Wednesday this week. Oh, is Kitchen in the chat? Where's Kitchen? I can't find him. Oh, here he is.
Ooh, I don't have enough Mitchell. Where?
Exactly. You got to tune into the Best Ball Bros video. You never know if David Kitchen might make an appearance. Appreciate you, JJFC. I appreciate you more when you're not in my drafts, taking all my targets. Speaking of backdoor stacks, whose team stacks do you like now, Knicks or May? I like the May ones better because all of my Knicks ones have fucking Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin on it. My May ones have guys who are actually going to play. Although there is a decent amount of Javon Baker on those, but way more Polk. If only there was a Jalen Polk on the Broncos, you know, a rookie wide receiver that the team is actually interested in playing. That would have been nice. What kind of question is this? Are my 25% Rashi Rice shares dead? Is this where you do the thing of like someone posts a lineup and they say, roast my team, and it's like the most beautiful team you've ever seen? Yeah, you're 25% Rashi Rice where you have like 25 picks of closing line value. Yeah, those teams are dead. Get the fuck out of here. This is the funniest one. Tyquan Thornton, man. If Tyquan Thornton's the guy you need this year, after I was drafting way too much of him last year, it's not like the Kyle Pitts thing, though, where you're just like, I'm just going to keep martingaling this. Are you guys going to make me take Nick Chubb? We will take Nick Chubb. What? Because Nick Chubb opened on pub? What did people think was going to happen? They've been saying he was going to miss the start of the season all year. The way we double count things is hilarious. This team, we're going full high T. I don't love having 3 week 10 buys, but this team is so backloaded with buys. Actually, I think I need to do a more prudent thing. We don't need the running back. This team can get blown up if I don't get my quarterbacks. I had a moment of just testosterone pumping through my veins, and I really wanted to select Nick Chubb, and I said, this team is going to go to shit if I don't start selecting some quarterbacks. So we're going to take Aaron Rodgers. Here's the team through 13 rounds. Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. We got Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson, and Zamir White at running back. Wide receivers, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Keon Coleman, Adonai Mitchell, Mike Williams, Xavier Leggett at wide receiver, and then just Sam LaPorta holding it down at tight end. All right. Someone did take Nick Chubb right after me. So the question here is, do we just need to, yeah, we're going to need to pull the trigger on Baker. It is like in the normie rooms right now, you just lock up your quarterback, right? There's no safe quarterback. This is definitely more of our badge bro type room that might pass, but I mean, like, where's Starkindler, right? What do you have? You took Jalen McMillan. I guess you're done at quarterback despite taking Jalen McMillan. I'm still not pushing it. We're good at all of our other positions. We're fine at running back. We're fine at wide receiver. We got LaPorta. Let's just lock up our stacks. We're going to take Baker. We're not getting cute. So we got Rodgers with Breece and Mike Williams, and we got Baker with Evans and Godwin. Yeah, I did get my cue back from Silva. Ooh, I like this one because I wrote about this in the newsletter today. CW says, "What are your thoughts on Cam Akers versus Pierce?" I think Cam Akers is one of the best picks you can make right now. I mean, had an awesome preseason. I led in the newsletter about him today. I think he's one of the best zero RB targets. He had, so his preseason line, 24 attempts for 112 yards, 4.6 yards per carry, 8 receptions for 61 yards and a TD. Was out here juking guys like crazy. Like looks completely back here, this Cam Akers. I mean, holy shit. And the other thing, like I think about how this Texans team has approached the running back position. The second Dameon Pierce was inefficient last year, they didn't have any kind of sunk cost fallacy. They weren't trying to save face. They said, no, we're just giving Devin Singletary the offense. Like, we're not going to waste time trying to prove a point. You're going to tell me that if Dameon Pierce continues to struggle, which he did all of preseason, or Joe Mixon is inefficient, that they're not going to be willing to give a rejuvenated Akers a crack. So yeah, I think he's an awesome late round pick. I think he's the RB2 on that team. I think at worst, he has really nice standalone value, or sorry, contingent value if Mixon gets hurt. I am in on Akers. I've been selecting him in a lot of my BBM drafts in the last round. Also going to be like sub 5% drafted in these. All right, let's see here. This is going to be a pick where we grab Tyler Conklin. We are going all in on this Jets bet here. Now we have 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 7 wide receivers, and 2 tight ends. Yeah, Akers over Steele. But Steele, I've selected Steele a few times too. I do think the Steele stuff, there's way more likelihood of a 0 than there is for Akers. We've been selecting Steele in some of the managed leagues in our high stakes main events because you can just cut him right away. So it's just like, hey, let's just see if he's the RB2. Obviously, I think it's a little more fragile, but I mean, it's very within the range of outcomes that Carson Steele is the RB2 on the Chiefs. I mean, how many chances does Dameon Pierce need to get? Even if you don't want to buy the Cam Akers stuff, I mean, Dameon Pierce is undraftable right now. A guy who's been drafted in nearly 100% of the BBMs, that's no guarantee for the RB2. You're just bag defending if you are still trying to spin Dameon Pierce as a good pick right now. All right, what do we need to do here? I definitely think I would like to have a third QB on this team. We could also do Otton as well and just have these triple stacks with both the Jets and Tampa. Bucky Irving is already gone, so I can't get that team stack there. I think we grab Otton. You know, normally I wouldn't feel fully compelled to do a 3 tight end build with LaPorta, but I like how cheap both of these big team stacks are. So we'll grab him there. So we'll end up, we have 2 more picks. I think it'll be a third QB, and then I can basically decide, do I want to do a 5th running back or an 8th wide receiver? So the wide receivers, we did have 4 through 80, Nico, Evans, Godwin, Coleman, and then we did do 80 Mitchell, Mike Williams, and Leggett. I think I could be done there. Probably a 5th running back. It's close. We'll see if any stacks make sense. Here's the team. Let me know what you guys think. Is this a 5th running back or an 8th wide receiver? I am pretty committed to doing one more quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, running back, Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson, Zamir White, wide receivers, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Keon Coleman, Adonai Mitchell, Mike Williams, Xavier Legette, tight end, LaPorta, Conklin, and Otten. Are we getting too woke to Achane? Mostert and Wright looking good in preseason and downgraded offensive line. You just have to know what you're getting when you draft Achane. Like, you're not drafting Achane because he is going to get 25 touches a game and no one else is going to, be getting touches in that offense. You're drafting Achane because the dude is the most efficient running back in the league in one of the best run schemes in the league, and can drop massive spike weeks. Like that's what you're buying when you buy Achane. If you want the comfort of someone owning their backfield, take Kyren Williams a couple picks later, Same thing with like Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, you have to kind of know what you're buying. If you want the comfort of someone not ceding touches, take Jonathan Taylor 1 or 2 picks later. But I think drafters are rightly prioritizing the importance of spike weeks in this specific tournament format. There will not be, if you get to the week, 15, 16, 17, and you have Devon Achane on your team, you will be very excited about what he could do for you in advancing you to the playoffs. 130 burger, 135 burger, 40 burger, and your team is almost a lock to advance. So that's what you're paying for there. Let's see. I got to check in on the votes. Looks like wide receivers. Most people you're getting me going on Collins here. I am going to grab Bryce Young as my 3rd quarterback here. It's so funny, these pairings where we have the teams play each other in week 17, and then they also share the same bye week. So I'm thinking Carolina and Tampa Bay, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, week 17, same week 11 bye week. And then you run into that with like the Texans. Play each other in week 17, the Ravens, and then also have week 14 buys. So we do add Bryce Young there. Did Jatavian Sanders score with the first team this weekend? That was the only thing that gave me pause about Otten too, is I was like, I could do Jatavian Sanders as a 3rd tight end. Yeah, I saw this too. Bryce Young looked really good. I'm definitely intrigued about a potential bounce back there. I think if the room has Corley falling all the way to me, I'll probably take that. It was Jordan Matthews. Jordan Matthews did convert to tight end. That's hilarious. What's Jordan Matthews' ADP? Man, that is what a fall from grace. Like, if you would have shown us this screenshot like 6 years ago, Jordan Matthews, tight end 48 on the Carolina Panthers. All right, am I just taking Malachi Corley? I generally like doing a little scroll down here. I could also do my guy Akers. Oh, someone took Cam Akers. The steam was coming. I think it's Malachi Corley. We're just going to have these big team bets. There wasn't really anything else I could do on Carolina, right? Yeah, I love Carson Steele shows up when I type Carolina. Yeah. All right, we'll grab Malachi Corley. I don't really know why he's falling to 208 here. There you go. A 3-4-8-3 build. I'm very glad that I held off on taking Nick Chubb, because I did need to use those roster spots to get to 3 quarterbacks. And I like the nudge to go 8 wide receivers, and then to get that in a correlated fashion with Corley late, I think broke pretty well. Let me see the one hole. I was waxing poetic about Cam Akers, and Johnny Baggs said, "Give me that." But to go back to the comment is blocking the pick. So to go back to, someone had said rounds 16 through 18 are really gross right now. And I do agree by ADP. If you just drafted off of ADP, those rounds are really gross, but you have to be doing what Johnny Baggs did here, right? You take Jalen Naylor, you take Cam Akers, and then we'll see what he does here with his last pick. I have confidence that this guy knows what he's doing after these 2 picks. You just have to throw out the ADP in those rounds and scroll down to these guys who have very positive things pushing in their direction. Not only are they probably better picks just straight up than the guys whose ADP has been anchored to 16 to 18, but you're getting a massive ownership discount too. Like when you combine those 2 factors, the winds blowing in their favor and the ownership angle, it's just not even close what you should be doing with some of these picks. You see, Tucker will take Malik Washington there. Malik Washington had a really good preseason. Another guy who I think his stock has improved. I think that's how you have to play these late rounds now. And I say that after taking Malachi Corley, who had been living in that 16, 17 range, decided to go there for correlation purposes. But I like what a lot of these drafters did. Look at these 3 picks here: Jordan Whittington, Justice Hill, Trey Tucker. All low-owned guys relative to their kind of ADP counterparts here. We got Star Kindler here. Number 146 draft for Star Kindler and nearly the end of Best Ball Summer. Thanks for the vibes. I will not say the word that you said at the end, but Star Kindler, very much appreciate that. Always enjoy drafting with you. Always love to. Not afraid to go get your guys, march to the beat of your own drum. If there's one person out here who's willing to take Sion Vaki at pick 198, it's definitely Star Kindler. He was. The Best Ball bro was right. He was, in fact, done at running back. All right, let's do I need to get this team off the screen before Shawn hops in on StreamYard and judges me for all of these high testosterone running backs and old dusty wide receivers I took. Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, Bryce Young, Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson, Zamir White, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Keon Coleman, Adonai Mitchell, Mike Williams, Xavier Legette, Malachi Corley, tight end Sam LaPorta, Tyler Conklin, Cade Otton. So definitely like a pretty different mixture of players that I'm normally targeting, but I think structurally and with the playoff correlation elements, I really like how this turned out. So that huge Jets bet, Rodgers, Breece, Mike Williams, and Tyler Conklin and Corley. And then you get the bring back with Keon Coleman in week 17. Then we have that mega Baker Mayfield stack with Evans, Godwin, and Otton. And of course, our Carolina bringbacks. And then we do have the skinny stack on Carolina with Bryce Young to Xavier Legette. Yeah, this was a pretty wide receiver thirsty room, but I think getting, Adonai Mitchell, Mike Williams, Xavier Legette, I think that helped us recover there as well. And yeah, this felt like one of my drafts last year where it's like, all right, the room is going to force me into some of these values. Jacobs pick 56, Evans pick 32, and then we'll just build the room out accordingly here. Hello, Davis Maddock. Andrew likes the team. Yes, if talking shit, this is where we've arrived in fantasy football Discord. You say you prefer Cam Akers to Carson Steele, and the bat signal goes out to the foremost Chiefs homer / defender / truther / slappy. You can't even say that you prefer Cam Akers to a fucking fullback who runs a 4.8 40. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. 5 memberships from Mark. Always playing Santa around here with the YouTube memberships. I got pings in 3 Discords the second you said that. Davis, I'll make a bet. Let's do it. Well, I forget whatever unit size you want. Let's do. I love having these dusty bets. I have the bet with Pat. That's what is it? My Jalen Hyatt versus his Darius Slayton underdog points. Let's get ours on the record. My Cam Akers versus your Carson Steele. No games played, no injury clauses, no nothing. Whichever one of those two scores more points, weeks 1 through 17, underdog scoring, half point PPR. Let's get it on the record, Davis. What's the unit, Davis? I'm going to pour some coffee here. All right, booked. $50 with Davis. It is a funny one, right? Where it's like, like Carson Steele could probably get a little bit of that, like that fullback, a little Alec Ingold, a little Kyle Juszczyk. I can't believe I'm talking this out right now, that Carson Steele probably has a slightly higher floor in this bet. But the league-winning scenarios for Carson Steele versus Cam Akers, I don't think it's close. This is what people tune in. We have 859 people watching live. We have the normies rolling in. We have a lot of people who are just starting to get acclimated to the drafting landscape, and they tune in and they're ready. Who are the best players? Who are the best stacks? What are the offenses I should go in on? And Peter and Davis are working out the details on a fucking Carson Steele versus Cam Akers bet. God bless America. I'm not backpedaling. Chad, you want to book 50? You don't try to spin this as backpedaling. I'm not done booking action here. But yes, Carson Steele has a gadget floor. 861 watching and only 151. Yes, please smash the subscribe button. Did we just clear 18K subs? I think I was just below 18K before we went on. Did we pass it? Yeah. All right, we're at 18,000 subs here on the live stream channel. Appreciate all of you guys for that. Also, shout out to my guy, Ron Stewart, past 50,000 subs last night on his channel. Congratulations to Ron. I should also mention here why we're doing a little housekeeping, and Shawn going to be popping on in a second. This deposit code over here in the corner, I didn't get a chance to get this updated. This is outdated. If you guys are new to Underdog, they're now offering up to a $1,000 deposit match, which is a pretty absurd deposit match. If you've been holding out for some reason, just waiting for the offer to get better, you're just staring down Underdog saying, I'm not going to sign up until you guys up that deposit match. Well, guess what? Underdog blinked. You won up to $1,000 deposit match with promo code Pete. So if you deposit up to 1,000, they'll top it off with another 1,000. Pretty nice bonus there as we head into the final stretch of drafting season. We have the pick'ems. I should also mention Underdog also launched recently. They are going to have these things called tokens where you can essentially lower a yardage total or whatever for whatever sport you're playing down to 0. So I did the preseason game with Russell Wilson, and I used my token to take his preseason yardage down to 0. I ended up pushing my pick'em entry because it included Vaki, and I don't believe he played. So I got that one refunded, but all kinds of good stuff going on Underdog. And when you do sign up, not only do you get that $1,000 bonus, but you also get a pick'em special that they will drop in your account as well. All right, guys, it is time for that portion of the show. It's RotoViz's Shawn Siegele. It's the Best Ball Banana Stand. Let's get ready. All right, Shawn Siegele, welcome back to the Best Ball Banana Stand, the weekly show where Shawn and I hop into Best Ball Mania 5 draft. And I'm getting a little nostalgic, Shawn. I'm getting a little sad. It felt like a few weeks ago we were saying, all right, the draft board's just going to get shook up from preseason. And now I feel like we're staring down the barrel of it all coming to an end. Are you ready to draft a tournament winning team today?
I am. This is the week. We have entered the everything, everywhere, all at once phase of the fantasy football season. I love it.
Yeah, you've been putting out a ton of content over at RotoViz. Of course, you wrapped up the 0 RB countdown last week, and now you have your priority target list out. I know you guys are doing a lot of stuff for home league people as well. If people are new to RotoViz and they want to sample it, now would be the perfect time because the amount of content up there is incredible. What else can people look forward to over there, Shawn?
Yeah, we've had fantastic pieces from Michael Dudmer, as you mentioned, from Blair, from Dave, Matt Irby, Kevin. I'm sure I'm leaving people out, but we've got you covered from all directions. Bjorn does a lot of fantastic work. He's going to have a new best ball piece out within the next 24 hours. And Pete, I think arguing against something that you and I have pushed this season. So it's always good to get those contrary viewpoints. Make sure you're not operating in that echo chamber. And I will have more zero RB stuff this week. We get some cuts. We'll have the zero RB watch list where, unfortunately, that's where Kyren Williams ended up last year instead of on the list itself, which would have been better to have more. But we're going to have a lot of those guys, and I'm going to be following these pretty closely because, I mean, there are 3 or 4 teams where their decisions on the last guys they keep, I think those are going to be the guys that end up leading the team. So how the team itself sees a couple of those depth charts is going to be crucial information this week.
Yeah, I know that is the other, the last shoe to drop, right? Like the preseason's done. We're starting to see a lot of depth charts shake out, but a lot of, specifically at the running back position, right, is where you see the shake up. It's hard to imagine like a wide receiver getting cut, signing somewhere and really shuffling up a wide receiver room. But that certainly isn't the case for running backs, especially when the selling point of a lot of these backfields are, hey, there's just 2 of them and they're going to consolidate it. We know we can survive tandem backfields. It's when you introduce that third back that it can get muddied. And there's certainly a couple guys who could be fly in the ointments here. Shawn, I hopped us into a BBM draft. I'm excited about our draft slot here. We got the 103. So I'll get this pulled up. I got your updated ranks here. Are these fresh after this recent batch of games, or what are we looking at here?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it's still mostly trying to make sure we understand or that I'm thinking correctly about those guys in that, say, 6 through 14 range. I think we really want to nail those targets. I think sometimes in the 15 through 18, we can sort of fool ourselves into thinking that the trendiest players are likely to be more than they are after these last couple of weeks of preseason. If we can kind of combine upside with a little, not safety exactly, but more than just a player had a good run in the second half of a preseason game, I think we want to make sure that we're trying to thread that needle or create that balance.
For sure. All right, we are going to pick at 103. Christian McCaffrey goes 101. We got the 2 wide receivers here, Hill and Lamb. Tyreek Hill does go, a little bit of a surprise there. CeeDee Lamb still threatening his holdout, though it sounds like something's going to get resolved soon. Is there anything you would do here other than take CeeDee Lamb?
Well, I've gotten more enthusiastic from a build perspective about Robinson and Hall as we've moved along, figuring out ways to get that receiver depth. But I mean, it's hard to pass on CeeDee here.
I want you, what's the funnest thing for us to do this morning, CeeDee or Bijan?
Well, I think we did Bijan last week, maybe, so we better try CeeDee.
Yeah, I think we did too as well. It's all a blur. The draft I just did before was like one of my old school wide receiver avalanche drafts where everyone was flying off the board. And so maybe I'm a little scarred from that. I did a Breece Hall team over there, but we do start with CeeDee Lamb and Bijan comes here at 104. I assume, are you factoring in at this point any kind of ding for potential holdout scenarios or that going, south?
I think it adds a lot of risk. Ben and I went down to like the last second, which in some ways shows that we hopped on right before the draft started. But we had a main event in the middle. And that decision right now, I think between Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson is very interesting and tricky. We did pick Chase at the last moment. There's just such a massive difference in quarterback play. And yet at the same time, I think you can make the case that there's an equally big difference in terms of who the wide receiver talent, even though obviously Jamar Chase has that extreme upside in his range of outcomes. We were doing sort of our draft / bold prediction show. And we obviously predicted that Jamar Chase is going to set new career highs, which after what he did as a rookie will be challenging.
Yeah, it just seems like with all that stuff, there was a few days when Jamar Chase was slipping in drafts. And it's like, I feel like the amount of times where not only does that lead to a holdout, but a holdout that impacts the most important part of the season, it seems so, few and far between. It's funny too, where it's like, I think if you told people like okay, for sure, this player was going to skip one game and then they were going to come play the other 16. They almost wouldn't apply any penalty, but it's just the specter of it that somehow makes it more scary than the actual, whatever in practice.
Yeah, you get this close to the season and the uncertainty for those players and then the guys who are injured. And in some cases, supposedly the player will be ready, and that is less scary maybe than the guys who haven't practiced and have their coach's comments hanging over their head. And yet we probably don't apply quite enough of a penalty to the one category and too much to the other. But maybe we're still not penalizing Kendre Miller enough.
Yeah, I heard you mention on a podcast you received some ribbing for your inclusion of Kendre Miller on the 0 RB countdown list.
Well, I was mostly referring to Pat's exclamation during our Chasing Stolen Bananas draft. But yes, people are not that high on him these days. But especially at the end, right? We're talking about the picks in the 13, 14, 15 range. I think you want to default to talent. Yeah.
Let's I think there's some interesting things to talk through there, but I want to make sure we get to talk through these picks here. We're about to pick at 210. Olave comes off the board. Looks like Cooper Kupp, both by your rank and ADP, is the top wide receiver. Anything else you're seeing here?
No, I think we could have made the case for Olave. Both of these guys in Kupp and Olave create a little bit of difficulty as you continue to work through, and that the week 6 isn't the heaviest buy in terms of total teams, but in terms of guys you really want, at least for me, I find that becomes a little bit of an issue. And then obviously you have so many teams on that week 12 buy. So one of the things I like about getting Lamb to start as opposed to Hill to start is just that week 7 buy really only causes you problems then if you want to layer in those Chicago Bears.
Yeah. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. Right after we pick, Barkley goes, Metcalf. We'll see what the 101 does with their 3rd round pick. What do you have issues with pairing Kyren with Cooper Kupp in this format, or do you not mind that?
I don't mind it. In terms of advance and helping you get through, our Stack Explorer suggests that works pretty well. I think that for either of these guys to have the season that we really want, I think it would help the other one out. Now, Kyren does go there. I've made the case he's pretty undervalued. That would have been a fun pick because the receivers here, I'm not as fond of, but Devontae Smith, somebody I definitely am trying to add in.
Yeah, you have Devontae Smith at the top of the ranks. He's the closest to our ADP values as well. You have Aiyuk, Evans by ADP ahead. Let's grab Devontae Smith. Obviously, get that week 17 correlation, get a different bye week in here. I don't know if I've gotten your recent thoughts on Aiyuk, right? It now seems like it's very unlikely he's going to get traded. Is he still not a guy, even in that San Francisco offense at these prices, that you're interested in?
I think there's a tendency to, I don't want to say be overconfident, but right now especially, I think that Debo and George Kittle are the way to play that offense. I don't know that we're really buying something with Brandon Aiyuk that we're not buying with both more safety and upside when we take Tank Dell, for example. And so one of the things that I really am looking to do in the drafts and really looking to do in the rankings is figure out how we can create exposure to these extremely efficient, explosive teams, but do it at the best possible prices and do it within a team context where you can limit some of your risk and create more upside based on how you play the team. So one of the things we talked about a little bit on the show the other night, and it's not that it definitely works out this way or that it will work out this way in the 2024 season, but Debo, in addition to giving you exposure to the offense, he gives you all of that yak ability. He gives you the rushing scores, the scoring potential to come out of that. That limits his risk a little bit. If we don't get the same type of explosion, we don't get the same type of efficiency from Purdy. If defenses are able to evolve and take away some of what the 49ers do, which they haven't been very successful with in the past. And then especially, I think, in best ball, as opposed to maybe in the managed where we were talking about it, Kittle is somebody who just seems underpriced as it relates to the entire environment, also to his teammates and to the tight end position. When you think about the long scores that he provides, it's not that I don't think Aiyuk could crush my rankings, but contextually, there are stronger ways to play the receivers in that range and then that individual team thesis.
What have you been doing with Rashee Rice? He has been one of the biggest risers we've seen. His ADP, it says it's 41. I refuse to believe it because I never see him slipping past this drafter at the 3-4 turn. They'll either go Mahomes, Rashee Rice, someone at 310, 311 will take him. It seems like the market has just said, all right, he's not getting suspended. He should probably be a 2-3 turn pick. If that's the case, I'm going to just continue to take him at what I consider a value. Have you been chasing him up boards, or are your bags kind of already packed there?
I think you can definitely chase him, especially when he falls in that range where Zay Flowers, you have the potential issue that they just don't throw. And then if Mark Andrews has a huge year, what's your ceiling going to be? George Pickens, Michael Pittman, they both have extreme issues in terms of the offensive context. Rice, I mean, if he doesn't get suspended, is going to, and my understanding of it, which potentially is wrong, is that we could just have that dropped in really pretty much at any time. But it seems less likely. And if it's less likely, I mean, he's a good pick in the middle of round 2. He should certainly be going ahead of some of these players here.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic to navigate. I mean, the team did just sign, or hang on, we're on the clock here. I mean, our guy, Trey McBride, I just said this morning, I was a little sad that I was only at 13% in BBM. Do we play him opposite Cooper Kupp in week 17 here?
Yeah, let's do it.
I was going to say I assume you saw the Juju signing. I think I saw a few people saying, like, could this potentially be a little bit of a hedge on a potential Rashee Rice suspension? Obviously, I don't think anyone is delusional enough to think Juju has much in the tank, but as far as like what that signals from the Chiefs after they've spent an entire offseason of beefing up their wide receiver room.
Is it not just Kansas City tweaking the Patriots? I have no idea what this could possibly be about.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not, portending a suspension, because it does seem like a very weird debt signing. At the very least, we know it's kind of the death knell to Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney and how the team is thinking about them. Xavier Worthy doesn't make it back to us. The 4-5 gets to go Mahomes. Worthy. How do you think we should play this turn?
Well, it would be weird to take a running back early in one of our drafts, but I am trying to get more Kenneth Walker. It seems like after all the joking that people lit a fire under Keenan Allen, and he absolutely lit the world on fire. He would be an interesting pick. If you have a preference, I'm definitely let's get way.
Fat Keenan definitely sliding, but this room chewing up the wide receivers here a good bit. I guess this is close to ADP here. I did consider grabbing Walker there for a second, as you mentioned him, just thinking through the scenarios where his ADP kind of tethered to this side of the board. Maybe, getting him with Lamb, Kupp, Devontae a little bit unique because he's not rarely falling all the way back to, say, a pick 70 there. But let's grab our wide receiver here. It's been a funny topic of conversation lately. Really, my only thing with it is just, you have been able to get him at pick 63, 64, 65. So it's a little tougher to stomach taking him so early, but you got to go get your guy if you believe it, right?
Exactly. And speaking of, given that Kincaid would have definitely come back, we wouldn't have had the same week 17 tie-in, but we've got to feel, I don't know, a little bit significant regret that we didn't just go ahead and take Xavier Worthy and see if McBride came back.
Yeah, that is a tough thing to play for. And I guess knowing maybe one way is like when Mahomes is on the board, that's such an attractive thing for the 4-5 to be able to do Mahomes Worthy. Maybe we should have talked that through. I definitely was like, been wanting to get a little bit more McBride. We have Cooper Kupp, and it's like, all right, McBride, what at right at ADP? That was hard for me to pass up on. But yeah, I think you're right. Prioritizing Worthy there as our other kind of premium target in that range was probably the prudent move.
But you're never going to go wrong with Trey McBride. So I'm glad we did get him for you. I'm sad for you that your exposure isn't higher. I think that
I know.
I
Well,
have way too much.
I did a review of my elite tight end exposure, and this was just for BBM, and I'm over 10% on all of the guys after Kelsey and LaPorta. I'm getting close to even on LaPorta, but McBride, Andrews, Kincaid, Pitts, and Kittle and Bowers all in the percentage teens there. So I'm happy to be loading up on those guys, but it was one of those things where I had so much McBride early, then started mixing in more Kincaid, more Pitts, more Kittle. And then I'm like, wait, what happened to my 18% Trey McBride? It's a tricky thing to kind of balance and get those to the point where you really feel comfortable with it.
Well, it was fun to draft the other night. You let me have control over the picks, and so we were there in round 2, and you're like, I really want to get a Trey McBride share. It's like, me too. Let's do it.
Yeah, for those of you not familiar, so over on Ship Chasing, we've been doing weekly high stakes drafts. We did one on Thursday night with Shawn, so that was Gretch, Karain, me, and Shawn battling it out in the high stakes draft. Those are $2,000 entries. There's $1 million top prize in that contest. It's tight end premium, so you see the tight ends fly off the board. And sometimes, Shawn, people are like, "Oh, you guys just always agree so much. It's not interesting." If you want some debates, go watch that show. We had some of our most contentious debates yet, battling over Kittle and Debo, battling what was the other one? Chase Brown
He became
a big
very
one.
controversial.
Yes, he did. I had, what's so funny too is like I'd been drafting with Pat like 2 weeks ago, and he's like, we were at like pick 96. He's like, take Chase Brown. I was like, I thought you were a Chase Brown bull. And then he was building the bear case. I think it was just because Jaylen Warren was on the board, and he has blinders. Once Jaylen Warren's on the board, no one else exists in his life.
Well, the guy that I almost clicked with 2 seconds left before it became clear that both you and Ben were with Chase Brown. I'm never going to be non-Chase Brown, but was Jonathan Brooks, which I do think would have also been a really interesting pick in that particular draft.
Yeah, and that's been a tricky one there. The preseason usage, kind of how we expected. Chuba Hubbard kind of leading that backfield with Miles Sanders mixing in, and seems like there hasn't been any negative news on Brooks and his kind of timeline. So that's one that, anytime he's in the triple digits, like on Underdog, I continue to click it. I'm still double the field on him. All right, Shawn, is this a running back pick for us here? Do we grab a 5th wide receiver? What do you think we do here?
Well, I've got a ton of Jameson, but I'm always trying to add more. I think that James Conner is a good fit for this particular team. He's a little bit ahead of ADP, but probably the right selection.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Yeah, Jameson's behind ADP. Let's do that. We have Trey McBride. James Conner is a guy that I've ended up clicking a ton lately. I'm almost up to 14% James Conner. Him and Mostert as guys that I just feel like when you have those true zero RB teams and you're getting these guys in the 6th, 7th, 8th round at times, just seem like the perfect way to kind of have your cake and eat it too with those builds.
And I think with Conner, we've got to look at it from both directions. They do have a potential young star who, number one, had some red flags actually on his profile, and number 2, has had a quieter camp. That gives you a little bit more moat. James Conner, also fantastic peripherals. We never want to chase any of these early running backs who appear to have the workload, but if you have bad peripherals and you've got an interesting player behind you, that's the definition of a dead zone back. Conner's peripherals were fantastic. He's certainly at an age and started out from a athleticism perspective where you would kind of expect that to go at any time. So it does always make me uncomfortable. And yet the straightforward thesis for him, I think, is just too clear and too good.
Is this a Jameson Williams now that he comes back around for us? Are you tempted at all by Aaron Jones?
Yeah, Aaron Jones is a similar type of veteran play. I think it depends on what you would like to do with the two positions relative to each other. It probably still is a receiver pick.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think we'll feel better. We get our anchor with Conner. We'll get to 5 wide receivers here. We know we're going to end up having essentially 3 straight picks, potentially 4. Sometimes things get wiped out by 118, but in general, 94 and 99 right now are awesome running back selection. So let's bank the wide receiver here. And then, we can always kind of think through the quarterback stuff. I guess that would be the one interesting thing. We would probably need to use pick 95 on Dak. Occasionally, I've seen him come all the way back to 118, but we have a decent amount of outs for quarterbacks. There's Stafford late, there's Caleb Williams, potentially there's Jared Goff. So it'll basically just be if we find ourselves wanting to get a quarterback with one of these two picks.
This cluster of receivers sets up so nicely for that. I think that's one of the certainly secondary, but still relevant reasons that I end up with this mix a decent amount of the time. You want to have that flexibility so you can get good prices on your QBs, not feel so much pressure there.
The Jameson Williams pick, it is like a much easier sell for me in best ball. Like I can just completely see it in my mind's eye how it works out, and this offense is firing on all cylinders, and he's given us the big plays. I did hear you and Ben take him in one of your main event. I think he would be a tougher sell for me in manage, but I think it speaks to how high you are on Jameson Williams if you're willing to pull the trigger on him in that format as well.
Yeah, you think back to what he did in college, and I know that we're removed from that, and at the same time, in that context, he's already demonstrated massive numbers. So there's a very big difference between him and a play like a Jermaine Burton, say Burton several years from now, if you were still thinking that this guy's going to break out, somebody who hasn't had that massive volume season. You put it in the context of the Detroit offense, it probably does knock it down from a volume perspective, but also boosts it from an efficiency perspective. You think about the different types of ways that he can get free for those scores. It is better, I think, in best ball, but there is that kind of flip as well, where if you're also getting a better price because a lot of other managers are thinking about it in the same way, and you have him as your fifth or sixth receiver on a team where maybe one of those flex positions is taken by a tight end. And so you're thinking about the receiver depth a little bit differently as well, where he probably doesn't start for you and you're not having to make that start sit decision unless he accomplishes what you think, which is the leap.
And he probably has some of that, maybe similar dynamic with the 49ers players where each one of them can probably get there at cost, but then has that massive contingent upside if one of them's removed from the offense. I think you could probably say the same thing. If any of those Detroit Lions players going ahead of him in ADP were to get injured, you'd have to think he would see a pretty significant value bump in that scenario as well.
Yeah, and it's certainly not apples to apples. I wouldn't be trying to sell that comparison, but I think in terms of, where Aiyuk has been in the doghouse at times, where Williams was with the injury and then with the gambling issue versus the way that they're talking about him now and what you could see as a result of that. Again, it's a way to play that elite offense that simply isn't very expensive.
All right, Shawn, we are about to pick at 94, kind of as expected. We got a nice cluster of quarterbacks and running backs available to us. I don't think there's anything we would consider with wide receiver. Brock Bowers is off the board. So we are likely looking at a quarterback or a running back. How would you like to navigate this turn?
Yeah, we can do one of each with kind of an upside play. We can do a couple of running backs. Do you have a preference positionally? And then in terms of the running backs, either of those top two guys or Brooks, I think are really fun.
Let's do Javonte Williams. We'll grab him and then we can kind of talk through the options as far as if we want to go quarterback or a second running back here. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, the Javonte is tricky only because the price on Jaleel McLaughlin is absolutely absurd. And so you're always in the back of your mind thinking, just save and take that one. I know we've taken them both.
Yeah.
But I mean, Javonte Williams, I mentioned in the Zero RB write-up that there are a couple of names who, again, these are all guys who were deep in ADP, but a couple of names I felt could be in the 2025 first round. The other one, just went. But I mean, Javonte Williams, if that Denver offense plays out in kind of the way that they hope, it's not even like this 95th percentile outcome, but just if it works the way that they're expecting, maybe not first round, but man, he's going to elevate a lot.
So to me, there's some interesting, do we go with Chase Brown, another running back? Do we stack up Dak? Jaden Daniels, you have higher. Do we kind of push it and see what we can get away with at quarterback? What do you want to do here?
Well, I always like to take the risk, and yet this team is set up so perfectly for Dak that, I mean, we have defaulted to that a few times. I do like to take the big swing, and yet if we got this team into that final group and you're like, why is Dak Prescott not on it? You feel pretty silly at that point.
Yeah, so we do take Dak Prescott. I was waiting. All you had to do was just nudge me in one direction. I was going to leave Chase Brown at the top of the queue there. We do select Dak Prescott. So for our audio listeners here, and as I mentioned, you guys can always get the audio of this on the Stealing Bananas podcast feed. It also populates on the RotoViz podcast airwaves. This is the team so far. We got Dak at quarterback, 2 running backs, James Conner and Javonte Williams, up to our 5 wide receivers that we got early there: CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen, and Jameson Williams. And we got our tight end, Trey McBride. So it does put us in that spot of kind of max flexibility, with got our bases covered here and can kind of pick off the best plays going forward. And yeah, to circle back to the Javonte thing, I have no problem doing the Jaleel and Javonte together. You could also say, Jalen Wright falls right around the Jaleel range as well. So you could kind of split it that way if you wanted to, you go Mostert and Jaleel, or you go, Javonte and Jalen Wright's kind of a fun way to get your bets down on those 2 offenses. But yeah, have you been surprised that Javonte hasn't moved up more? Because last year we did see a pretty big move up for Javonte. It wasn't quite James Cook levels, but around this time he had moved up a round and a half, 2 rounds. It seems like it's even more bullish for him this time around as far as what Sean Payton wants to do with the passing game, how good Bo Nix has looked. Why do you think Javonte hasn't been a mover?
Well, you are getting some other decent names in that range, and an Underdog with the structural constraints. I think that has kind of locked a lot of these guys in. We had Raheem Mostert and Ramondre Stevenson earlier in that 8th round. We had Jaylen Warren, Jonathan Brooks, and then in the middle of 9, you get Chase Brown. So certainly I think that drafters are looking at it and saying, I can still get the other guys. One of the interesting things that did happen is that he was moving up fast enough in FFPC that he kind of moved out of the ADP range that I was looking at by the time I finished the countdown, but I did obviously still include him there since he had been locked in at the beginning. In some formats where that RB is more flex viable, I think we're getting a little bit more movement.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I think too, it probably is a little bit of that dynamic that the market has been very into McLaughlin, not enough to like steam him up, but enough to a lot of people say to themselves, why take Javonte here when I can take McLaughlin, 40, 50 picks later at times. So as I mentioned, we got Dak, our 5 wide receivers, Trey McBride, James Conner, Javonte Williams. This should be a pretty good range for us to look at a couple more running backs. I have been seeing Tajay Spears slide a little bit. It was kind of just such a funny thing of that most recent preseason game where Pollard's drive just lasted a little longer than Spears. And then it's like, okay, next thing you know, Spears is falling 6 picks. Always funny to see that reaction here. Caleb Williams does go off the board, so not tempted necessarily to grab a second quarterback here, but we do have some running backs available. The controversial Rico Dowdle. With Dak, we also have J.K. Dobbins, who have been trying to get more of. What do you think we do here?
Yeah, I mean, this would be the spot to take Dowdle if we were going to on a shared draft. Chubb and Dobbins, I think, have so much more upside, but I mean, the early risk is real.
Let's do Dowdle just because he's also significantly higher in ADP. We do have our Dallas team here. Yeah, the Chubb stuff I was kind of laughing about on Best Ball Breakfast because it came out today that he was going to open up on PUP, which I assume is what we all thought was going to happen no matter what. Like no one was clicking Nick Chubb thinking you were going to get production the first 4 weeks of the season. And yet he slid, I want to say it was like to 145, 150, somewhere there in my first draft. So it would feel like a play we might be able to make at 142 just based on how things were going there. So don't mind leaning away from him there, but you still seem pretty excited about what Nick Chubb could offer late.
I think so. I think it needs to be on the right type of build, but the fact that it wasn't like super clear cut for the last 2 months that he was going to 100% be on that is a very positive sign. I mean, the fact that it would even be remotely noteworthy that he was going to miss that initial chunk. I think shows why there's room for optimism, why he is ahead of schedule, and why you could still potentially get that massive back half of the season. Again, it's at a very real cost. You just simply don't want to take zeros.
Shawn, we are on the clock. I am just putting Dobbins in the queue here first. Polk will definitely not make it back to us. That would be the only kind of interesting wide receiver. Jared Goff, too, if we wanted to stack up. Jameson, what do you think the play is?
Yeah, let's go with Dobbins here. It gives a little bit of a hedge or a backstop against all of the Vidal shares, which I do think are probably the ones that are most exciting. But that offense, I mean, they're absolutely raving about Justin Herbert. And you think about what he has been at times in the past. The Chargers are probably, from a team level perspective, underappreciated in terms of how many points they're going to score. It's still very difficult, I think, to get those points accurately through the receiving core because it probably will be a 4-way split. They could move the ball, and then you end up having a lot more running back touchdowns there than the market is thinking through, even though, I mean, Gus Edwards as a player who, again, has terrible peripherals, hasn't been good. I mean, you can say the price on him is enthusiastic, or that we're still not really thinking about how many points this rushing offense is going to deliver. I think you have to continue to add Dobbins and Vidal into your builds.
Yeah, and I've done recently, because I've been trying to catch up on Dobbins. Like, that was one where I'm like, all right, this is new information that's pretty significant. Wasn't clicking him a ton and really prioritizing him in drafts. I'm up over 9% now after basically having none for a while. And I still think, too, with how cheap Vidal is, that I've been doing some where I just play them both together, where my 18th round selection is Vidal. And I'm like, okay, at that price to have two backs, almost similar to what we were talking about with Javonte and Jaleel, although those prices are even more expensive. But when you can get Dobbins sometimes at 140 and Vidal's free, I mean, that seems just like an awesome way to play an offense that you know there are going to be running back points available.
And it probably isn't an offense where, or there are lots of scenarios where it's not an offense where it's an either or. You get different weeks where you get very nice scores from the two of them, even if they both stay healthy. I think having that part of it just gives you a great floor for your teammates you're thinking through, weekly, and then, how do we advance? And then having the guy at the end who, out of the double-digit rounds, gives you those huge scores in the fantasy playoffs.
You spoke too flatteringly of Jaleel McLaughlin, who does go at 133 in this draft. Otherwise, a lot of these running back ADPs pretty similar to what we've been seeing here. I have noticed a slide on both Blake Corum and Trey Benson lately. Benson specifically, I think I got Benson in the late 140s in a draft recently. Corum has come down, 10 or so picks from his high. Are you still viewing those guys as kind of elite handcuff options?
Well, when I wrote up a separate piece on Connor, one of the things there was just that Benson's camp was definitely a cause for concern for him, and it was creating more moat for Connor. But the interesting thing, as you note, is that, price is a big deal even as we're in this range. And so his fall, I've actually gotten more of him in the last week than ever before. Corum is a bit of a tricky one where he hasn't necessarily fallen in my individual drafts. I think that he would be a similar play where once you get him past that range with Dobbins, certainly those would be the next two guys I think we would have wanted to take.
So we are about to pick. We're obviously in another range here for running backs looking pretty good. Josh Downs, I've seen going a little bit higher lately. He went in the 120s in my draft this morning. Tight end, kind of a ambiguous range. We can also keep an eye on some of the quarterback stuff. You could do a Herbert with Dobbins, obviously Stafford with Kupp. So just a few different things to consider there as we are on the clock. What do you think we do?
You mentioned Jalen Wright. It's hard to not lock him in here.
Yeah, I had mentioned him just as a guy who kind of has a ADP twin with Jaleel McLaughlin. McLaughlin goes, so we're not tempted to pair those guys together. We ended up selecting Jalen Wright pretty aggressively on our main event team last year. And he definitely seems like the perfect guy to feather in here as a running back 5, especially on a team where I do think we're going to have a decent amount of projectable touches early. James Conner, Javonte Williams, Dobbins, potentially Rico. I like taking a really big swing here at RB5.
Yeah, it's a perfect fit. We made the case the other night that ferocious, violent running style gives them a look and a dynamic that they don't have with the other 2 backs, even though those 2 backs obviously fantastic, and you still have the big play ability. I'm probably just getting too excited because it's fun to think through, but a lot of the vibes you're getting out of there is that this could just very quickly be a 3-back committee, and that in the second half of the year, some elements of it might lean to right, even without injuries. The Dolphins have been historically unlucky. A lot of these 49er-esque teams have been unlucky. If they have some injuries, Jalen Wright is going to annihilate ADP.
All right, 20 seconds here, Shawn. There are some running back targets at the top of your ranks. We have some quarterback options that are correlated in Herbert and Stafford. There's some wide receivers we could pull up. What's the play?
I would kind of lean Braylon Allen, but I think Jalen Tolbert and Justin Herbert are kind of interesting.
Let's do Tolbert on this big Dak team. I don't think Tolbert, it's right at ADP or right after when we'd be picking. It also seems like our running backs, that we might like the pocket of a running back pick at 166 more than what's going to be available at wide receiver there. I do pull the trigger on Jalen Tolbert. I know you've been high on him, and it does feel like if we got this Dak team where we're waffling, do we take Dak or a running back, that we kind of push our chips in on what Dak does for this offense.
Yeah. And I mean, we talk about drafting as though you're right, and that's important. And yet this team is good. I mean, imagine a scenario where Lamb doesn't actually have a good first month and then has a really poor advance. But having Tolbert and Prescott and Devontae Smith, you get the team through when Lamb's advance is low, and then they're roaring in the final 3 weeks. That part of it, you open a little path to with that selection, and that would be really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, there's multiple ways that can work out too, right? Like if they're a top 3 or top 4 offense, like all of these guys are going to feast. You know, if you have the wide receiver 1, the wide receiver 2, and their lead running back, I think you'd be pretty stoked on how that plays out. We'll have to see here as far as we will have some options. You know, we only have the 1 tight end. I'm thinking through kind of potentially other stacking considerations here. But you don't ever tend to get too spooked. Is it just because the kind of the late round quarterback landscape is still pretty attractive as far as what you can do with those final couple of picks if you find yourself in a pickle?
Yeah, I've been getting more optimistic again about the late round guys. For so much of this draft season, it just seems like we've had, blaring sirens saying, look, the top guys are a little bit overvalued in terms of what they can give you relative to those best window QBs. And you have risk, you have opportunity cost. The guys at the end are not as exciting as they were last year, for example. Hit the window. You have both immense upside, and you have guys like Tua and Purdy and Goff and Cousins who are probably going to give you just so many competent weeks and decent scores that you can manage the different types of pathways through the season like that. Preseason has been exciting enough for some of the late QBs that I think you can go back and say, let's look about the possibility of just having that one guy in Dak and then filling it out at the very end.
We do miss out on kind of the premium Bucks bringbacks for that big week 17 stack with Dallas's Bucky, Irving, and that's week 16. We do still have our Devontae Smith for week 17 there. At 166, we're about to pick here. We got a tight end at the top of the board. You have been not afraid to pull the trigger on Cole Kmet. We already have Keenan Allen too. Is this a guy we add as our second tight end?
Yeah, I think you can go Kmet there. I think you can go Luke Musgrave. Maybe we can make that pick either here or as we wrap through, and then you can explain to me why Ben and I were able to get Kmet at tight end 27 in our main event.
Let's do Cole Kmet here. I like that we already have Keenan. So just kind of continuing to bet on Chicago here, even without the quarterback. It's basically all what happened that preseason, as far as like Gerald Everett being on the field, people afraid, myself included, of a Shane Waldron tight end by committee there. But as we discussed on the first show after that preseason game, at some point, those concerns are baked out of the price. And especially in best ball, I would rather let someone else have that headache in managed of knowing when to start him when they have so many good wide receivers. But in best ball here, I'm very comfortable with Cole Kmet at 166.
Well, and you look at the names he's going around, obviously there's some concern with Musgrave and how that works with Tucker Kraft, Hunter Henry, Noah Fant. I feel like those were good picks 3 years ago. And we've gotten so much more information on where those guys are as players. Now, I think that the context has improved for them, right? And you don't want to ignore that completely. But Cole Kmet had a true breakout season last year. Gerald Everett is not the type of player that should worry you, I think, even if they both get routes. Those are
Shawn,
famous last words, right? But
yes, the big if there. We are on the clock. Ricky Pearsall falling here. We do have some 16-17 correlation with him. There's also a couple of running backs here. Probably nothing yet with quarterback. What do you think?
Yeah, you mentioned taking Vidal. I don't know. He probably gets back to us. Pearsall probably a 0, but also really interesting. I think that since we have Jameson, it's a fun home run swing.
Let's take the home run swing. We get him opposite Jalen Wright in week 16, opposite Jameson there. And I guess maybe the one reason not to do it is if we're worried or we would want to use that slot to try to correlate a quarterback with another pass catcher, since we still are at only one quarterback. But we take the big swing on Pearsall there at 171.
So I like getting to 6 running backs with this type of construction. Just generally speaking, Vidal does go a couple picks later. But
yeah,
James Conner and Javonte Williams are, if they do what we're kind of betting that they would do, then sticking with 5 is also a possibility. Given our running back group, what are you thinking for kind of the positional split at this point?
Yeah, I feel like we're in good shape. If you told me we just in this team with these 5 running backs, I would not feel, super exposed. I think at this point in the draft, I'm mainly kind of thinking through what is our plan at quarterback. Can we find a selection that kind of works with what we've already done? Can we get a piece that's correlated? That's probably where my head's at right now.
Are there appealing QBs where you wouldn't have any interest in their receiving weapons?
Yeah, for sure. We've done a decent amount of them this year. You always have Daniel Jones. You got the Justin Fields stuff. So I think we can definitely make it work there. Bo Nix does go off the board. That would have been kind of near the top of my list. We already had Javonte Williams. Feel really good about Bo Nix. Already got announced the starter. That would have been a nice selection. But yeah, the cat's out of the bag with these rookies. You see what Drake May did last night. You already hear this morning, Jared Mayo did a presser where he just flat out said directly that Drake May has outplayed Jacoby Brissett while still, not or being non-committal about who is going to be the starter. So yeah, there's not going to be too many discounts on these rookies anymore. And we do see Daniel Jones go. So this was kind of the spot. I'm like, are we going to get in a tricky spot here at quarterback? Is this a Justin Fields team for us, Shawn?
It seems like it. There are still some negative signals there, and yet The last thing that I saw, Pete, you can correct me, they're going to practice this week and decide who the QB is.
Yeah.
If you have a legitimate like team versus team competition, you're going to come out with Justin Fields as the starter.
There we go. We take Justin Fields here. Again, it's going to be one of those all-time picks of just looking like in either direction of like, how was he available here or how was he being drafted? You know, it feels like it is going to be that wide range. And with you, Shawn, when we're drafting, I have no problem going clackety clack and rolling the dice. I think the only the bummer part is that, you know, no correlated elements, but I guess again, when you have Fields, you are playing for him to get all of those points on his own mostly. And it does look, based on the ranks here, that the running backs are nice bets for us. We could do Estime with Javonte Williams if we want to mix up our Denver backfield pairings. We also have Will Shipley opposite our big Dallas week 17 thing, and paired with Devontae Smith and a couple other kind of intriguing 0 RB targets here. What do you think for this 17th round pick?
Yeah, I think it's Estime or Shipley. Both of those are pretty appealing, either playing off of that Dallas Philadelphia game or getting that, you know, little bit of a hedge that maybe you get touchdowns as the season progresses from both of those guys at different points in time.
Let's go Estime. I feel like you and we've clicked Shipley a ton. We did do a Javonte Jaleel team, so we'll do a Javonte Estime team here, and also get a little correlation boost. Obviously Shipley correlated as well, but I like getting an Estime share here. He was popular there for a while, I think, during that ambiguity. Again, another thing holding down the Javonte Williams price tag. Seems like it's cooled off a little bit based on that most recent preseason game where he was a pretty clear backup to Javonte, but is he still a big part of your draft plans here down the stretch?
Yeah, I want to get one of those three guys in basically every draft. And if you end up in the late rounds and you've taken one of the first two and Estime fits in a way that no one else jumps out at you, I think you want to put him in there. I've written a lot of words about the Denver Broncos and talked about how just because they seem to like a rookie doesn't mean that he's going to play. I mean, even someone like a Mark Ingram, it's crazy when you think about what he did kind of in the middle and late parts of his career to realize what an amazingly slow start he got off to after they traded up to get him in the first round. And yet one of the things that happens right now, and you definitely feel silly in week 7, week 8, and then much more so, you know, during the race, that kind of thing, is this idea that the final preseason games actually tell us where a team is going to be at midseason. They're going to keep practicing. You're going to have injuries. You're going to have some of these young guys, you know, like a Vidal, like an Estime, like a Tyrone Tracy, who, as the team is evaluating their starters, as some guys get nicks, as you get to see the explosiveness of the player contrasted with the veterans, I don't think the contrast with the veterans will be as big a point in Estime's favor as it will be for someone like a Vidal, potentially someone like a Tracy. And yet these teams evolve, and you want the players who have flashed. Estime somebody who didn't time well, but had lots of boom. We're thinking about actually creating big plays at the college level. He's someone that is in an offense where if he gets the nod at some point, he's going to score a ton of points. You contrast that again with some of the other names that are available late. It's just not true of them. I think we want to really lean into how dynamic and evolving an NFL season is.
So is it safe to say, you know, last year we were big on one Dolphins running back in every draft. Is this year Miami Dolphins backfield? Well, it could just be Miami Dolphins backfield again, but could it be at the prices we were getting last year? Is the Denver Broncos, is that the backfield? Do you want one in every one?
Yeah, we didn't accomplish the other element of this, but I think that you have to get a Broncos running back and have to get a Texans wide receiver in basically every draft. The thing that was disappointing about Justin Fields is that I don't necessarily like having other Steelers on there, but I love having him with a Rice, with a Xavier Worthy. It's another little one where you're like, man, really wish Xavier had come back through that turn.
Yeah, I know. Our Trey McBride, Love kind of blocked that. That would have been a fun one. Justin Fields and Xavier Worthy going back and forth. So we can grab Will Shipley. We could do a third quarterback if you want to do something like unstacked with Bryce Young. We do have kind of correlation a lot with Tampa Bay and Arizona. What do you think our play is here with this last pick?
Yeah, either way, Bryce Young, I think, is a viable pick. I don't really care about the stack late. Shipley is a good play. I do think that Prescott scores well enough that if we want to go with Shipley, we can.
Let's do Bryce. This seems like kind of an absurd price considering how good he looked in that final preseason game. I think a lot of confidence is building that there's going to be an improvement in that offense, both his play, both the coaching with Canales, both the weapons with Deontay Johnson and Leggett there. So I kind of like Bryce Young. And then we did have some kind of fun correlated elements there with it as well. And I think we could have kind of gone any direction. We're good at wide receiver. We're already up to 6 running backs. Not that we couldn't have done the Shipley there, but get a different kind of texture build than we normally do here, Shawn. I'll recap this team and then get your thoughts on what we just did. And I believe this was my 135th Best Ball Mania draft. We end up with 3 quarterbacks, Dak Prescott, Fields, and Bryce Young. We got our 6 running backs, James Conner, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, J.K. Dobbins, Jalen Wright, and Audric Estime. Our 7 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Smith, Keenan Allen, Jameson Williams, Jalen Tolbert, and Ricky Pearsall. And our 2 tight ends, Trey McBride and Cole Kmet. How did we do?
I think in terms of if we hit on all 18, it would be great if Aiyuk actually didn't end up on the 49ers. We might look back at that Pearsall pick and think we were just having too much fun, drafting too much fun with their comments that he's been injured the whole time, but we have a higher grade on him now than when we had the massive reach in the reality draft. I do love when the team is doing some serious PR for their players. That part, really cool. But the team itself here, absolutely fantastic. I mean, this might be my favorite team in terms of both upside and safety. The 0 RB element here, if you want to call it that, with getting a James Conner, that team is loaded at running back. And then you look to the receivers and the receiving upside. I think I'm pretty happy with the mix at the onesies, which is where we did some different types of things than we usually do. Trey McBride gives us the huge upside. Cole Kmet, I mentioned as a breakout tight end last year, who I think you want to sell the concerns, especially at these prices, and again, especially in best ball. But you look at the QBs, and one of the things that you mentioned that is very fun about Bryce Young in the 18th, you shouldn't be able to get him there. I even think that last round, sort of like Jatavian Sanders is becoming a more compelling play. Again, he is really surrounded. And you mentioned it looks weird to have him by himself there, but it's a really fun element where the week 15 against Dallas, the week 16 against Arizona, if he hit while the rest of our guys hit, and that is sort of the catalyst for moving through, we'd just be so excited that we made that pick as opposed to taking a flyer running back. So happy with that portion of it, especially when you have that Justin Fields wild card as well. At the running back and receiver positions, I think we're extremely well positioned from a talent perspective. And then the wild card nature of some of the things that we did at QB and tight end makes this a team with just a very, very high ceiling.
Yeah, I agree. And I think too, even with the Justin Fields stuff, Dak has the early buy. And so there is like this element too, where you mentioned the stuff with the correlation with Bryce in week 17, which should still be in play, but he could also be the one that's covering for us early. If Justin Fields is not named the starter until later in the year, you know, we avoid taking a 0 potentially in week 7, that kind of stuff, I think is a smart way. And again, I didn't feel like we were behind at any position, you know, 5 wide receivers through 7, and then Tolbert in a really big cut with Ricky Pearsall, almost treating him like a purely contingent based play. Yeah, I do agree with you. I think if we could maybe 2v2 a difference, it would be Keenan Allen to Xavier Worthy and Trey McBride to Dalton Kincaid. If we do that, then maybe all of the pieces fit together in a correlated fashion as far as Fields opposite Worthy and getting maybe a little more electric option there. But I don't think that was a death knell. I think it's just kind of a close 2v2 there where you might lean the other direction.
Yeah, and certainly at the time, I think what we did made sense. You look at the, where Worthy is going, and we had a pretty decent chance of having him come back through there. Getting pretty fired up to see Detroit in week 1. Watch all those long Jameson Williams touchdowns.
I know. I keep, that's the thing that's so fun too, of all of the early action we're going to get. And obviously our Philly game as well, like Philly Green Bay in Brazil, getting that on a Friday to kick us off. That is going to be fun as well. Shawn, are you going to, I think I asked you this last time. Are you aiming to max BBM? You think you'll get there?
Well, that was the plan, but with all of the writing, because I usually then go and draft a bunch of teams sort of simultaneously in the evenings. And that was the plan. And yet I'm hitting that time of night and the brain is just locked. So we'll see. I'm not going to get there. I'm excited that we have these. Maybe there's a chance for you and I to get together and do some on my account and get some additional Troy Franklin teams. But yeah, I'm fired up for drafting in this next week here.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't talked about it yet. I think my plan, Shawn, will be, Monday, a week from today is Labor Day. Not going to have a show then, but was thinking about spinning up a Tuesday Best Ball breakfast. My guess is Best Ball Mania will be filled by then, but I think there'll still be plenty in the lobby that we could draft. I know the sprint contest, that $50 price point, pretty similar structure to BBM. That'll definitely have spots available, I'm guessing. So if you're game, we could definitely do one more final Best Ball breakfast on Tuesday, but I won't put you on the spot. You can check your schedule and we can figure that all out.
Yeah, no, that'd be fantastic.
And once again, I just want to circle back to some of the stuff going on at RotoViz, because they are churning out the content here, regardless of what format. Obviously, we're talking about best ball here, whether you're in home leagues, whether you're playing the high stakes stuff. RotoViz has a ton here. We got Shawn. Like, if you just want like the nitty gritty and you're like, I appreciate all these words, I appreciate all these charts, but just tell me who's a target, who's a fade, who's a priority. That's what this post that Shawn has up now, the RotoViz Home League Blueprint, 25 important targets to help you navigate your draft. What else should people take a look around the site for, Shawn?
Well, if we click on Blair Andrews right there, the must draft running backs. Yeah,
I'll go over to that. Yeah.
It was interesting because you mentioned the fall on Spears, and Spears shows up very, very positively in the things that Blair was working through there. I know a lot of listeners are very familiar with his wide receiver breakout series. I believe you did some work with him on that. And then this running back one, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, you prefer the Titans to just be like, yeah, Spears is the guy. And yet any better price you get on him is probably going to work out for you. He showed so much talent his final year in college, so much talent last season. I think he has a chance to eventually emerge as an Austin Eckler type of player, and that would give him immense fantasy upside. Pretty excited about that. Blair's going to have, I think, the second article in this series coming out either later today or tomorrow. Really crucial pieces as you put together your final teams down the stretch.
Awesome. Yeah. Like I said, so much good stuff here. Shawn, Blair, the whole team over at RotoViz. Really can't imagine going into my drafts without, vacuuming up all of this content. Shawn, appreciate you as always joining us on the Best Ball Banana Stand. I'm going to let you go here, and we are going to bring, of course, Pat Keenan on for our third Best Ball Mania draft. We'll see you next time on the Best Ball Banana Stand. Scuba Keenan, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Keenan on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right. Best Ball Breakfast rolls on here. Pat Keenan from Legendary Upside. How are we doing, Pat?
Doing good. Yeah, Kadarius Toney probably getting cut for Carson Steele. It's actually it's pretty well.
I always like doing the I was joking on the first draft. They were telling me that Jordan Matthews scored a touchdown in the preseason game, and I scrolled down. He's tight end 46 for the Carolina Panthers, and I was like, imagine if you told us that when he came out as a prospect. No. This is where. Imagine if you told us that Kadarius Toney, let's say right after the Chiefs traded for him, that a guy named Carson Steele, and you showed a photo, was going to be who was getting his roster spot.
And the photo you showed was his RAS score with a 4.7540. The other thing about Matthews is like, you could have told us that after he was drafted. You could have told us that after his rookie season. He was so unbelievably productive after his rookie season.
Well, Pat, you'll be happy to know I made Davis. Apparently, I said something disparaging about Carson Steele. And what I said was I prefer Cam Akers as my favorite late round click. Davis got tagged in 3 Discords and ran over here to defend Carson Steele. So I now have a bet with Davis that rivals our Slayton Hyatt bet. It's my Cam Akers versus his Carson Steele underdog points weeks 217.
I like the Davis side of that. I mean, Cam Akers,
I'm sure
what he's maybe going to be the RB3 in Houston. Is that the?
I'm saying he's the RB2.
You think he's the RB2? Okay.
Yeah.
Pearsall was getting a lot of buzz earlier, but I guess it kind of quieted.
Yeah. And that's the kind of thing too. It's like how many times he had an awful preseason, like how many chances does he get? He got dusted by Singletary. So yeah, I said, people in the chat said Carson has a higher gadget floor to Cam Akers.
He does.
I do agree with that premise.
He definitely has a higher floor.
Yeah.
I think you have the higher ceiling. Like I think it's straight up fantasy points. I want Davis's side, but like, you are in position to potentially just like walk away. Like it's not even close. Like you're not checking this by week 7.
Well, I make these ideological bets like because I say I prefer Hyatt and BBM. I say I prefer Akers and BBM. And then I get it in bad with a straight up head-to-head bet where the floor isn't considered. But I got to make an ideological stand here.
You're going to be so tilted when Carson Steele's punching in random touchdowns.
Oh,
Cam Akers is the RB2, but he's not getting any work.
That's right. But when I do win, I am dancing on Davis's grave in a way that feels really good. All right. I hopped us in a BBM draft. Pat, I believe this is my 136th. I was telling people the story at the top of Best Ball Breakfast about how I was recording with Sacrilegious last night in a draft that's going to post on the Deposit Kingdom later this week. And lo and behold, you were in the 101. And I was like, damn it, Pat did say he was way behind on his BBM. So not a surprise to see you in those streets.
No, and I let you guys get Brock Bowers. I was going to take Bowers, but I had Lamar Andrews, and I felt like I needed to help myself at receiver. I had Olave. I did the Saints double stack. And the nice thing about doing the Saints double stack, it ended up being a triple stack. I even tacked on Kendra. I just went Saints onslaught. But the nice thing if you're going Saints with Ravens is that then you can take Drake May.
We know. No more spoilers. This video is going to come out. If you want to see our tilt in real time on that video, you can. Pat, I hopped us in a Best Ball Mania draft. We have the 1-9 here. I do see some of our friends. My guy, Matty G, B Spurf here. 1-9 has been a nice spot. You tend to like the players you get here. Let me make sure I get the legendary upside ranks. I'll do it after we make these 2 picks. I'll get those uploaded here. Did you guys do a rankings update this morning?
I think we did. Daniel was out, but hopefully we did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I will get those loaded after we make these picks. So ADP, we got AJ Brown and Garrett Wilson. What do you want to do here?
So it just depends on how we want to play with the stack. I mean, I slightly prefer Garrett is the bet, but I did get AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, and then Jalen Hurts in the 4th this morning, and that is very fun. So
let's do a Garrett Wilson here.
Okay.
I definitely maybe I'm just because now I'm getting all these spoilers for my draft with Sacrilegious, but we did an AJ Brown, Jalen Hurts team in that. So let's mix it up a little bit. I did make a concerted effort to get my Jalen Hurts up because I was light on him, having taken Garrett Wilson over him. It's now a more reasonable split, but 11.3% Garrett Wilson. When I hear these hot takes, these predictions, could be 102, 103 next year. I'm like, is 11.3% Garrett Wilson enough, Pat? That's what I'm wrestling with.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great player. The funny thing about Wilson is that I'm pretty skeptical of the idea that he's a 102 next year, in part because like Justin Jefferson's not the 102 because of quarterback uncertainty. And are we going to feel good enough about Rodgers next year? But it's not about the player. The player is good enough to be 102. I think London here is pretty sweet.
Yeah. Yep. I really like the London Wilson pairings too, because, the Rodgers Cousins quarterback outs are just so cheap. They're so directly correlated with these guys hitting their highest range of outcomes. So I
Yeah.
always like having those two in the back pocket.
For sure. Yeah, I did on that Hurts team I pushed Cousins to like pick 165 with Pitts.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's really the best spot you can be in too, is like if you have that other early quarterback, and then it's like all I need really is one of Rodgers or Cousins, and I can push one of them in a big way is pretty nice.
Yeah.
I
pick
did
160. Pick 160. Still good.
I did a big dog draft last night, and I had Algier, but I needed like a second quarterback, and I just took Cousins. He fell to me at like 165. It was like a huge fall, and I was just like, it's not the cleanest of stacks, but in that format with much smaller pods, I'm just betting on the Falcons. And like, I just think that's a pretty insane value for Cousins.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's shown spike week ability. The thing about there is some risk of him getting benched at the end of the season, which I've tried to, but it's like, it's such a small risk. Yeah, if they're bad, right? We know they love Penix. They might want to see him, but it's like, it's a pretty small risk because he's like Cousins is good, and they just gave him all this money and he's going to be their quarterback next year. So it would be a very strange set of circumstances, I think. But
yeah,
it would probably be like he's dealing with some minor injury and they can kind of use that as cover to see Penix a little bit.
Yeah.
But otherwise he's just a smash at this ADP.
Yeah, that's the thing for both Rodgers and Cousins. I just like when I think through it, I'm like, yes, they could get hurt. I guess maybe I guess then the counter argument from someone saying it's not as binary as just injury, of just saying like, what if their play has deteriorated coming back from injury? And I guess that's the thing where I am kind of playing it as like they're back to at worst like 90% of their former selves. I guess that's where maybe you could get me if you're saying I just don't think he's going to be as good as he was.
Which is fair. That's a reasonable, but I do think once you take London, he better be, although the quarterback play was so bad with London, maybe 80%, 70% is enough for him.
God, if we end up having to just do it's like you get the same Drake London season as last year, but at a more expensive ADP. Yes, I'd be up for that.
Yeah.
All right, we start Garrett Wilson, Drake London. We do have the double week 12 bye. That is the one thing of why it's kind of hard to do both those guys as quarterbacks if you really punt it. Let's see here. I did get the ranks uploaded here as far as wide receiver
as well. So we're good.
Okay, perfect. I will say one, Pat, and I'll see what Polite Hater does here. Great username, by the way. But I cannot buy a Rashee Rice share to the point like I kind of want to click him here. What do you think we do?
Yeah. I mean, I really don't. What other receivers are available? So it's Flowers is really the guy.
Flowers, Rice, Higgins. Yeah,
I'm fine with Rice. Yeah, let's do Rice.
Okay. I've just been trying to catch up a little, and he never makes it past the wrap now because everyone's doing like Mahomes and Rice and that stuff.
I got him in the late 4th. I think yesterday in a BBM. I couldn't believe it. Late 4th, dude. Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
No.
Yeah, dude.
That is wild. I can't buy a share of him, so I'm like, I guess I just have to take him in the late 3rd.
It was pick 43 last night. The last draft I did last night. So that's, I guess, not late 4th, but
yeah. All right. So Zay does go after us, which makes sense. Then it's Pacheco, Pittman, LaPorta, Henry. We'll see what curveball Daddy does. They go Hurts, and then we're back on the clock here. Kelsey, Allen, Higgins. We could do Mahomes. What do you want?
I'd be fine with Kelsey. We just now we're sort of like probably in the Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels business, but obviously we're not going to do Mahomes.
Would you want to do Mahomes?
We could do Mahomes too. Yeah.
Let's try that. I guess I was like, there's no way Mahomes is falling either way.
No, you just try. You just deal with the fact that you don't have Mahomes, but then you try to cover him with Jaden Daniels or something.
Yeah. I've been getting shamed for my light Patrick Mahomes exposure. So, that might be impacting it a little bit there. But we start Garrett Wilson, Drake
I don't have a
London,
ton
Rashee
either.
Rice. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Do you
part
have
of
a
it
ton
is
more Allen and Hurts, I assume?
I have a ton more Hurts and a ton more Lamar. Lamar's the guy I've been really, really going after. Let's see. Yeah, Lamar I'm at 10%. Hurts I'm at 8.
Yeah.
Allen 8, and then Mahomes I'm at like 3%. That's higher in BBM because I've been making an effort to you have to think about getting Mahomes. Mahomes has never there's never been like this clean, just falls in your lap. So I'm at 4% in BBM with Mahomes. But like I'm at 13.6 on Lamar in BBM. That stack at the 4-5 turn.
Yeah.
And that's where you have to take Mahomes now. He's not even there all the time, but
no,
the cleanest is like Mahomes worthy now at the 4-5, but it's not. I don't know. It's Mahomes is a pocket passer, really. Not to say he's not mobile, but like you want ideally a double stack, I think. And
all right, Davis is starting to get tagged in all of his discords to run here to defend Patrick Mahomes. You got to watch out.
Yeah, it's not to say he's not going to add with his legs. He is, but like he's not. I don't love single stacking him compared to some of these other guys. Like if I have Hurts single stacked, if I have Lamar single stacked, like I'm good. But Mahomes, he's going to support. It's actually a compliment to Mahomes' passing ability. He's going to support multiple weapons. I would like multiple of those weapons on my team.
That reminds me a little programming note. So as we said here, Pat and I drafting 1 p.m. I have JM to win coming by to draft at 2 p.m. The Best Ball Bros video is going to have a live premiere on the Deposit Kingdom channel. And then at 2:30, we got a slightly earlier edition of ADP chasing. You guys are going to cover the last risers and fallers here and then hop in a big dog draft. So we got you covered. Best Ball breakfast, Best Ball Bros, ADP chasing. That's a full workday of content right there, Pat.
Yeah, man. You're telling me.
Xavier Worthy does go. You sometimes hold out just like the littlest of candles. Like, what if? Yeah. What if he came? Just not going to happen anymore.
No. Him going anything past the early 5th feels like a gift now.
Yes. All right. We are going to pick at 5-9 here. We do have our quarterback wide receiver stack with Mahomes and Rice. We got Garrett Wilson and Drake London. I'm going to assume we are not considering quarterback here. You got the Christian Kirk fall. We got James Cook, Pitts, Kittle. What do you think the play is? Cook comes off the board.
Kirk or Pitts would be my preference. Pitts gives us the double stack.
That's true. The only other thought would be the one hole has a tight end chance we could get one of those tight ends coming back.
Okay. Kirk's pretty nice.
Yeah, I've been trying to scoop up a little bit of this dip on Christian Kirk. His ADP was funny where it like started here, surged into like the mid-5th, and now has plummeted back here for some reason.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. The concern, I think, is that he only is going to play out of the slot, but they run a ton of 11. It's not like they added some great tight end or something. It's like they're going to be in 11 personnel a lot. And there's a rookie and Gabe Davis on the outside. And the rookie is a deep threat who's not a target earner. That concern is that who knows? Like he was a first round pick. Maybe he emerges not next to Malik Neighbors. He turns out he is a target earner. That's possible. But more likely he's going to be a really good downfield threat. And then the other guy's Gabe Davis, who, it's not a target earner. So maybe he only runs an 80% route rate, but dude's going to get a lot of targets.
Pitts does go, but Kittle is here, as is Fat Keenan, Rachaad White, Joe Mixon, Deontay Johnson, Godwin. What do you think our play is?
Probably Kittle.
Yeah. I like that. I just think we're probably going to be taking 2 running backs. There's a chance at 81 we get a wide receiver.
Yeah, we'll see. I think one detour on those 2 picks was probably the right way to go. Cook
Yeah.
would have been fun. Pitts would have been fun, but Kittle's a nice consolation prize. And the Kirk again, I think people are outsmarting themselves a little bit with this like route stuff. Like when he's on the field in 11 personnel, like he's going to get a lot of first reads. They're going to know that like Kirk is the dude who can get open in the intermediate area. Like I think the other guys on the outside might really struggle with that.
So this is the 2v2 then, right? It would have been Pitts. Granted, it was with London, like Pitts Keenan, I think by the ranks, or Kirk Kittle is kind of that 2v2 we had to play out there.
Yep.
Which I don't know. I have so much like Keenan, and then have been kind of dollar cost averaging down that I've trying to look for excuses to mix it up a little bit. So getting like a Kirk slide. We're doing a Mastiff draft with some of the ship chasers right now. We ended up taking Jaden Reed over him in the early 6th. Again, not that Keenan's price wasn't that bad there, although he was our 5th wide receiver. So we were all kind of okay with taking a pretty big swing.
I think Fat Keenan is still a very good pick, right?
Yeah.
Because you're getting a fat discount now. He used to go in the early 5th. You know, he ate a couple of pizzas, and now he's a 6th round pick. It's like I want that. Generally in these situations, like give me a discount, but you've given me a discount.
Yeah,
a coupon, so to speak.
It's funny. What I feel like the fat discounts have generally been reserved for running backs. Like I can't remember a wide receiver fat discount. Like that feels unique to me.
Yeah, and especially because like to my eyes, he doesn't look fat. Like when he's out, like they're on Hard Knocks and stuff, he looks like totally normal to me. So I don't know. I mean, it's possible. Like it's from the perspective of someone said he's 230. And then there was other stuff of like, he looks slow and like preseason tape. Like, okay. Like that.
Well, there was also the Condé Nast review, Pat, and we got to factor that. I pulled that up on screen during my the first draft this morning, and was marveling yet again. And I showed on stream. I went to find the original review of that pizza place and noticed that it was like Antonio Garbas who actually wrote the review.
So Daniel, he says he accidentally left one of the dots on the arrows, but that to me is what sells it, because
yes,
it's like the same guy who couldn't remember to like take the dots off of this like janky paint looking thing wouldn't have been able to Photoshop that so cleanly. It's well done.
Yes, it is. Goddamn Daniel Raz. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm bummed. I haven't been able to watch any Hard Knocks. Have you checked it out?
I saw some of the first couple. I gotta say, I think I have pretty decent coach vibes. I came around on Dan Campbell when everyone was giving him a bunch of crap, only because I had to write the Lions preview, but I dug in and I was like, this guy's pretty funny. I'm kind of into it.
Yeah, exactly.
At the Frank Reich gave me like a real pit in my stomach because I like thought he was sharp, but watching in-season Hard Knocks that year, I was like, this dude seems like a clown. Like he had this horrible like Mount Everest metaphor for the season that was just like, I was like, how is this connecting with anybody? Anyway, Eberflus seems like very unimpressive. Like I think my take on that, I think that whole staff is out of there like after next year. And then like we hopefully get like an unlocking situation where Caleb goes to that next level, like kind of like what we've been hoping for Herbert. And he's now locked down instead of getting unlocked. Hollywood.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. Hollywood falls to us almost 10 picks past ADP on a Mahomes build. So we get the double stack there. That makes the Mahomes pick feel much, much better.
Yeah. Yeah. I was hoping when we were talking about potentially getting a receiver, I was actually thinking about Hollywood.
There you go.
Hollywood goes in like the 8-9 on DK. So I like getting him. I like pushing it, but then taking him here.
To your point about the Bear stuff, I was shocked early on in the preseason too that they didn't use this as an opportunity to do a whole like fire sale change and like let's usher in a new era. And it's like
get an
Caleb
offensive mind in. you know?
And now they're in purgatory because Caleb is probably just good enough to extend their leash despite being a bad coaching staff, which sucks. You know, you want to start fresh.
Yeah.
All right, Pat, we're about to pick here. This lines up very well for a running back selection here. We got Jones, Stevenson. Brock's also here if you want to get frisky. Your guy, Jaylen Warren. What do you want to do?
I take Warren here pretty much. I think the discount we're still getting on Warren really doesn't make any sense. He's pretty likely to play week 1, and the bet has really not changed. But you're still getting a residual discount, so I'm just hammering him right now.
Yes, and the other reason you didn't have to twist my arm, he's opposite our big Mahomes stack, week 17. So even if you want to say he's on par with these guys, I'll take the correlation boost there. Yeah, really good news. I think the quote was he would have played, like if it was a regular season game, he would have played this week or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know. No main event shares of Warren for us yet, Pete.
I know. It's crazy how that happens. We'll see. We'll have a few more cracks at it. We still have to let you guys know our high stakes streaming schedule over on Ship Chasing. We have the draft many people look forward to and mark their calendars for every year. The Crack Rock draft at 7 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, always a fun one. Then on Tuesday, after the long weekend, we're doing a 5K draft. A big payback draft is the format with Mike Leone. That's a self-contained high-stakes 12-person league. Then we head out to Vegas. We'll be drafting a couple main event teams there. Those won't be streamed. But yeah, 2 more cracks to watch us stream high-stakes drafts. And if you've missed some of the previous ones, there's some really fun ones. With Shawn, we had a lot of good player debates last week. The week previously with Davis was just a wild, very fun one. And we drafted with our guys who do stat chasing, Sacrilegious, and Drico the week previous. So if you want to go binge some high-stakes content, definitely check out Ship Chasing. I have no clue. Like every year we draft with Crack Rock, I feel like I get further and further removed from like what I think he likes to do in drafts. Obviously he has the Cranking Purple brand, but I have no idea what to expect with him this year.
I know, but the Cranking Purple brand, I feel like we've sometimes misconstrued as like we want to take tight ends early, but I think his whole deal is he doesn't want to take tight ends early.
He wants them late.
He wants them late, and then he wants to grab like 4. This is actually a pretty good year to crank purple. There's some, hopefully the values won't, get scooped up here, but there's been, some pretty interesting names just floating around late. Noah Fant, Juwan Johnson in these FFPC rooms, like they're really, really strong. So, you're talking tight end premium, you get like pretty solid tight end production for free. It's a huge deal.
Well, we've almost kind of split that strategy. Like, we've done some where we take the elite tight end and then we crank 3 late too, which you can get away with in that format. Yeah,
totally. I mean, you can start 2 flexes there. There are 2 flexes, so you could start up to 3 tight ends. And with the tight end premium scoring, some of these guys, if they hit, they're going to score like good wide receivers. So,
all right. I see this Brock pick at 89. I think we got him at 105 in our draft last night. I'm just like on high alert because of the JSN stuff. And if any guy is JSN for me this year, it's Brock. Are you worried about the foot thing at all? He hasn't been practicing.
I haven't been factoring that in a ton, to be honest, but I haven't been getting a lot of Brock because I've been like more living in this running back zone. than before. And it's because it's a little thinner, but I'm still playing drafts similarly. So I haven't been getting as much Brock recently, kind of more for the opportunity cost. We
have lots of nice options at running back. Zamir has been the big ADP faller. There's Chase Brown. There's Brian Robinson. What do you want to do here?
I think for this build, that Zamir White, it really does make a lot of sense. I would be open to Brown here at this price too.
I took Zamir White in my first draft at this price. I'm just buying the dip there. He was not a guy I was targeting. And now it's like, if you're going to give him to me in the Brian Robinson range, like I'll start grabbing some.
Yeah. I mean, we don't like his competition's Alexander Madison. Dylan Laube has not had an impressive preseason. It's like Amir Abdullah is the other guy there. Like, I know that they played him more than we would like to see in the preseason. They're not doing like but like it's a weird, and this is also downside, right? That it's a weird offense where they don't really know how they're going to score points this year. So that's not great for the running back. But I guess I'm a little bit less inclined to like freak out because the overall context of the situation, like, are they really like they're going to platoon him with Alexander Madison? Like, okay, like I'm actually okay with that at this price because Alexander Mattison stinks and he'll have the backfield by the end of the year, you know?
Right.
So you're getting like that same kind of, hey, we don't know what he is. He could be anything, even a boat kind of mystery box element that you get with Chase Brown. But I think there's like a chance he's just like a true workhorse in a way that it would be pretty surprising for Brown to be.
Yeah, I agree. We're about to pick here. I will flag Brock is here if we wanted to shut it down at quarterback, but we do have late options there as well. You got Wick, Shaheed, Lockett, and then Dowdle would be the running back. What do you think we do?
I would go Dowdle.
All right, let's do Dowdle. This is how much I draft with you. I'm double the field on Rico, and I feel like all of those clicks are with you. Shawn and I actually drafted him right before us. Yeah.
Nice.
He was like top of the ADP, and he was like his top running back value, and we had Dak, and he was like, this is probably the team we could take Rico on. He did sneak in a hot take on the most recent Stealing Bananas. I think that it was something about Royce Freeman being better than him or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, I guess. It's to me, I'm like Rico, you know, when you split reps with the ones all off season and has been very clearly talked about, kind of one of the top guys along with Zeke, and you're good enough, then that's at these prices. I mean, it is getting to the point, right? It's close to where we would start to be like, I don't even know if this guy's good. You know, if you were to move up like another 15 picks from here, I'd be like, this is kind of expensive. We don't know, but the situation is good enough. I guess I'm also like, I've been kind of perplexed why there's a lot of like Dallas might be the worst offense in the league.
I heard someone reference. I was like, who is saying that? Davis said that people in his chat say Dallas could be the worst offense in the league. I was like, what the? That's the weirdest take I've ever heard.
It's such a weird take because their offensive line's still good. You know, it's like a top 10 line by, you know, you look at like Brandon Thorne, PFF, like they're not like an elite shutdown, or I don't know if shutdown's the right word, but you know, road grading offensive line like they were, but like they're good. I think they're thinner than they used to be. So maybe, you know, maybe there's scenarios where there's injury. But I mean, if you assign like 3 injuries to any offensive line, like then pretty much every offensive line's bad, you know? So yeah, it just seems very strange to me. I don't get it. Dak is good.
He's very good. And if someone wanted to say, like, I don't think they're a top 5 offense, like that's an easier thing to say. But like, what are the offenses that you're putting ahead of them? You're going to put the Panthers. You're going to put the Raiders. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. How much do you believe in Dave Canales? He's going to make the Panthers offense better than the Cowboys in year 1.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
All right, here's our team. So far, we got Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, Jaylen Warren, Zamir White, Rico Dowdle at running back. Still got our 5 wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Rashee Rice, Christian Kirk, Hollywood Brown, and George Kittle at tight end. So in good shape, kind of positionally here. Yeah, it is like, you know, Rico's push coming up. Like I was hoping that like one of these guys would have came back around the wrap. But he's a nice consolation once those guys are off the board, because this is a pretty big tier gap down to the Chubb, Ford, Corum
I agree.
stuff.
And I think, you know, Corum has been kind of like one of the reasons I wrote an article on Dowdle when his ADP was still behind Corum. And that was like one of the cases that I have. Like Corum is a backup who we don't think is like all that good.
Yeah.
Dowdle might be a starter who we don't think is all that good. Like that guy should go first. You know, it's like some of this, like if we're taking mystery boxes, let's take the mystery box who might be a starter.
I was torn there because I'm like, the Purdy slide would have been sick, but like Polk here, I know you're on board for that. Lawrence also stacks, but we have so many quarterback outs. I think we grab.
Yeah, I think we pushed that.
Yeah. Yeah, there are scenarios where both Polk and Purdy are gone. Maybe you take Gabe Davis and then see if you can like double stack Lawrence, but I think Polk there is the play.
I forgot there's a lot of Corum slappies out there. Very, very mediocre profile, and then fell to the 3rd round. So,
well, and that's because you're now actually forced with the decision. I mean, Benson is falling really far now, and I've now sometimes been forced with the Benson or Corum decision in drafts. I'm like, holy cow! I was drafted Benson at like pick 98 early in the summer.
I do think Corum's a better bet than Benson because you get like the upside on Corum is that, you know, theoretically he's Kyren if Kyren goes down. But I think in the same way that, like, if that's the bet, like, I think Kyren is going to they're going to lean on Kyren like they did last year for as long as they can get away with it. So I think he's basically a handcuff. But Benson's also a handcuff. And then what happens if he gets out there is a little less clear to me.
Yeah, I guess I think I would say, like, if the Benson profile is like he just could have such better efficiency and explosive runs that maybe even if he is not getting all the passing work, that he could just be more explosive.
Yeah, I've started taking Benson again because, like, he is falling. Like, I got him. So I did the thing where I took Dowdle and then I took Zeke. But in between, I took Benson. And that, to me, I'm like, I lock up the Dallas backfield and I just get a big crack with Benson. It's a true zero running back build. Kind of look like this room.
We're on the clock, Pat. Nothing screaming. I have no problem with Eckler. That is a little week 17 thing.
Yeah.
Anything?
I think Eckler makes sense.
Let's grab Eckler there. I just still struggle with the Edwards thing. I think I prefer Dobbins, or I prefer Dobbins straight up. I love Vidal's price right now. He's just a really hard click for me, even past ADP.
Gus is?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel you. He might be a trap. You're like getting, usable weeks early on, but like, what if that's Dobbins?
Yeah. Yeah, and again, like Gus Edwards at 137, I do not think that's a bad pick at all. You're in this range here. And if you do find yourself in a spot where you need early running back production, I wouldn't say this team necessarily needed it because they had Gibbs and Cook, but like 0 RB build, like I don't mind it. But man, I think Dobbins is gonna lead them in touches week 1. Now, whether that holds, I don't know, but I think he's gonna lead them in touches.
I think you're probably right. I've been trying to get more Dobbins because I was completely out. Like, what are people doing kind of out? And then people were taking the Chargers starting running back, I think, actually. So I've been trying to get more. Yeah.
I was the same way as you, Pat. I had basically 0. I took him with Shawn. Before that, I was already up to 9%. So I have been hammering him.
Wow, you really
in
have
the past month. This is just Best Ball Mania, but I have been like, anytime I'm in this range, like I might have pounded the table for him there, but Eckler I thought was interesting too. But yeah, I really want some more Dobbins.
I'm at 7% in Best Ball Mania, and if let's see, I'll just go to.
And you have more bullets to catch up too.
I do, yeah. I'm at 4% overall, so yeah, I've been trying to get more as well.
Yeah, I guess maybe maybe I should have made my impassioned case for him more there, specifically because we had Polk. Maybe
Eckler past ADP with week 17. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they're both week 17 actually, but
yeah, I think I still really have been liking to mix in Eckler. One nice thing about my Eckler stuff, I'm at 4.5%, nothing crazy, but like every one of my shares is like 135 or later. I have some like early 150 shares on him from a while. Like if you were patient on Eckler, you could get some nice prices.
I think Eckler at this level is a good pick. I've been trying to be, but I'm actually at 9% in BBM, which,
oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was intended to be a fade, but I'm at 6% overall, 9% in BBM. But like he's so cheap, and you can kind of do stuff where you take him with like Jonathan Brooks, right? Any of these guys you think might start a little slower. He fits well with the upside cracks like Benson, Corum. So I mean, it kind of reminds me of like how. Remember when LaDainian Tomlinson went to the Jets?
Yeah.
And it was like, he's just like, it was over. We were always like, he's nothing now. And then he like had a pretty productive season kind of as a pass catcher. I'm like, yeah, like this last gasp play, we just saw this with Zeke, right? He's not even really been a pass catcher his whole career, but he gets that one last season with the Patriots where, I mean, maybe he has another one this year, but you get like, he kind of just gets there because he can catch a bunch of dump offs, and at a certain price that becomes useful. And yeah, Eckler's not always at that price, but he falls there pretty regularly.
So we are about to pick at 153 here. One note, Pat, I was looking at for quarterback. So the Kyle Pitts drafter is behind us and only has one QB. Very doubtful he lets Cousins pass twice. Seems like we will like one of the running backs that come back. Do you want to just lock up Cousins?
That's the way to go, I think.
We got Pitts, we got the Eckler bring back, and in good shape at running back with these four, and then we'll probably be in a sweet spot to get a fifth. That one of the drafters here on the wrap has 6 running backs already too. So I think this should
That's sometimes a red flag though if you need a running back.
It could go either way. They're done or they're definitely not done.
If they have 5, I'm like, all right, I'm good. If they have 6, oh boy.
I will say, like on FFPC, they are definitely not done. Here they should be done. They are okay. That was we shall see. What did they do? All right, they did one quarterback here. We'll see what they do with their other one.
McLaughlin would have been fun.
Yeah. I was just talking with Shawn, and we were saying that this year's, one Dolphin in every draft. It's one Bronco in every draft. Javonte, Jaleel, or Estime.
I think that's right. I'm taking a lot of all three of them.
We are about to pick here. I'm good with either of these running backs. I should probably get a little more Khalil Herbert when I look at that relative to Bucky, but I am good with either of these. Bucky does have a little Dallas correlation, but that's just opposite Rico. What do you think?
I've been hammering Khalil since this preseason usage stuff.
Yeah.
He just looks in this part of, like, let's see, this room, I guess there's an argument Bucky's a better fit for the room actually, but they're both good picks.
Yeah, I still think, like, I know what you're saying, where it's like Herbert could just have a pretty good standalone role. Bucky, maybe a bigger cut, cleaner contingent upside. But I think you can make the case that Khalil Herbert, like, if he wins, that win could be outsized too, in addition to just getting a meat and potatoes role.
Yeah, I mean, I like taking running backs who are the best running back on their team. That's generally what I prefer to do. And Herbert's better than Swift. You think about, like, as a runner, it's really not close. Herbert's a better running back. As a receiver, Swift is definitely better, like significantly better. But when you think about, like, what the Bears might be looking for this year, with a rookie quarterback, like, when they go to the running game, are they going to be, like, looking to add big explosive plays that come inconsistently, or are they going to be looking to, like, keep things on track? And so that's where I just think if Herbert stays on that team and, they have a plan to kind of use him as a rotational guy, I think they're going to really like his part of the rotation compared to what Swift is doing as a runner. Not to say that Swift can't add value as a receiver and with some explosive stuff, but, I think he could end up really being the guy they're leaning on for carries down the stretch.
And I think where it goes wrong is it's almost just like a redux of it was last year, where there's 3 backs involved and they all kind of cannibalize the ceiling outcomes. Maybe you can get away with it in best ball because Caleb's going to be good and this offense is going to be a lot more explosive. But that would be the one concern, is that, like, everyone's squeezing each other there, with Roshan kind of factoring in as well.
For sure. But I mean, it is, Herbert was a good pick last year, and it was like a similar kind of uncertain situation.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's a little Dolphins-y from last year. Like, we're just grabbing pieces of this backfield where hopefully the offense takes a step forward.
And the other thing too that you forget, right? Like the contingent upside thesis. You're good. The contingent upside thesis didn't play out last year with Chicago, with all 3 of those guys mostly staying healthy, where if one of them did get hurt, like, the other 2 would have really probably smashed their ADP. Like, that is also still in the range here for these 3 backs. You always do kind of have that chance to have a really big win if it does kind of thin out to 2 running backs.
Yeah, for sure. Doorbell rang, so Murphy's losing his shit.
Did Murphy have any thoughts about Davis naming his dog Murphy?
I mean, we did get Murphy, and then I won BBM shortly after, so I get it. You know, from a just trying to chase grain level 5.
Right.
You know.
Pat, we are on the clock here. We still only have the one tight end. This is like the portion of the draft where I'm happy to throw out ADP if there's something you'd like to do, but maybe a tight end.
What about Vidal?
Yeah, I like that. Just we didn't get Dobbins. We had been talking about him. Grab a 6th running back here.
Yeah, I'm into that.
And I will say the best ball, bro. We can probably be done at running back with these 6. Definitely need one more tight end, and then we can kind of play around with those last 2 picks. Do you ever? I mean, I guess this could, depending on what we do, this could be a 3 tight end build. Like I think we're kind of have a luxury pick. I think maybe we could do a 7th wide receiver. You could talk me into a 3rd quarterback here as well.
You want to push it, right? You want to push it. You want to make sure you have a bring back. But I think 3rd quarterback is totally fine with this build. What do you think of? Well, I guess we can talk about it in a second. I think 2 or 3 tight ends is fine. How many receivers we have? We have 6. So
we have 6, but we have the 5 early plus Polk. I'm not feeling exposed there at wide receiver. Jahan Dotson at 182. We'll see. Yeah, so I think, Pat, I'm completely fine with May here and doing a 3 quarterback build.
All right. I'm doing a decent amount of this. I did a ton of games yesterday. I'm going to do a ton more today. And this is something I'm interested in, especially with a guy like Mahomes, right? Who can, I mean, he's going to be high floor, but he's not quite as like high floor as an Allen.
Yeah.
Week to week. So, but I mean, the other thing is like, we need to get through 1 of 13 and 1 of 16. So building out these spike week quarterback stacks and adding a 3rd one in with a bring back in week 17, like I think it works. Now the better move would be just to like push quarterback 2 and take Drake May as your quarterback 2, but I'm increasingly nervous I'm going to get sniped on that. Where do you think he ends up going?
I've seen a wide range. I have seen some guys going and grabbing him like in the 14th, even along like Baker and Rodgers. I do think how you said it is the way to play it. If you have those 2 quarterbacks, we had the luxury. We didn't have to go reach. If we get sniped, whatever, we got Kirk and Mahomes, we get him at a value, boom, we get a 3rd upside stack for the playoff gauntlet. So I think that would be my approach. If you need to prioritize it, like who cares if you're taking him at 160? Like it literally doesn't matter. But if you can sneak in a couple of running backs you like because you can afford getting sniped on him, then I don't mind that either.
Yeah, I mean, look at the board, right? Like maybe like to your left, there's a guy, he's got 2 quarterbacks already. Sure, it's me, but just take the chance. Push him around the corner.
Exactly.
You gotta take him there.
No, and it is. So like, and again, looking at this team, right? It was basically a decision of a 3rd quarterback or 3rd tight end because we're good at running back. We're going to add 1 more wide receiver and we're going to be good at 7. So then it's like, what did you want to spend the 3rd on? To me, considering we already had Polk, made the 3rd quarterback the better option.
Right.
So with these last 2 picks, I am going to filter over to wide receiver and tight end here. You know, looking at correlation stuff, we got our Pittsburgh bring back with Mahomes. We got our Eckler bring back. Just checking if Luke McCaffrey went or not. McCaffrey did go. Jawan Johnson here is a very nice price.
Yeah, this is this bails us out from needing to do like kind of 2 scratch off tight ends, I think.
Agreed. Also opposite Zamir White in week 17, which is nice. And now we can kind of talk through a wide receiver flyer. I was looking at the other correlation stuff. We have Vidal opposite Drake May. So we're good on our week 17 correlations here.
Did Ray McLeod go?
Let me check. Did he? No, he didn't go. We've drafted him, I believe, on a Cousins team. I don't hate that. I've also been on board with like even just clicking a guy like Jalen Naylor, who I think is like a pretty good pick, and his ownership percentage is pretty low.
Ray-Ray's has got to be low too, though.
We could also grab a Patriots wide receiver.
I take Bourne. Now he's I've kind of pivoted from Baker, who kind of fell on his face in training camp. So Bourne would be my Patriot there, but coming off the ACL.
Yeah, what do you think? Because I think you can make an equal case for McLeod and Bourne and Steelers.
I think Ray makes more sense because we only have a single stack with Cousins, right?
And with May, yeah.
But May's more mobile.
Yeah. All right, let's do that. Ray McLeod, come on down here. All right, this team's in the books. 3-6-7-2. Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, Drake May. 6 running backs, Jaylen Warren, Zamir White, Rico Dowdle, Austin Eckler, Khalil Herbert, Kimani Vidal. Our wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Rashee Rice, Christian Kirk, Hollywood Brown, Jalen Polk, Ray McLeod, George Kittle, Jawan Johnson. This one broke pretty clean for us, Pat. There were no like tilt or scramble picks, I feel like.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. I liked, the way we played quarterback. We didn't push Cousins. We did push it earlier with some guys who were like, we don't necessarily need to, Trevor Lawrence, we don't need to grab here. We'll be okay at quarterback. I liked Mahomes' pick. We ultimately, it's put us in a comfy spot the rest of the draft. We got the elite tight end, 0 running back, but like, I feel pretty good about our running back production. Yeah. And then we also, to get Vidal, like that's a big swing.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, this is like kind of a pretty nice blend of, early season projectable volume and then some nice contingent upside bets. Like this isn't a 0 RB room that you're just like praying squeaks into the playoffs. Like this team is going to put up running back points early.
It might put up sometimes I know you won't object to this, but like you put out these room, like you put out this room on Twitter, people are like, oh my God, those running backs are horrendous. I worry that maybe we spent like too much.
Yeah.
Like we probably like could have leaned on Zamir White a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like we don't necessarily, there's ways this breaks where you're like, I wish I had, an 8th receiver, a 3rd tight end.
I think, I feel like our builds this year have had that theme on here where we kind of stay on track structurally, where we've had a lot of flexibility with the last picks, because even if I agree with you, like this team could have been 5 running backs, it's like, well, where's that other pick going? Right. Like, I guess we take another wide receiver flyer, but I think I honestly like the Vidal more than say, who are we deciding between? A Kendrick Bourne, like tacked on.
I agree. I mean, it's sort of like Vidal versus Bourne type of flyer, and receiver really dries up. Although to be honest, there's a couple guys I'm starting to warm to. Where are you at on Yoshi Voss?
Oh, I like him. Yeah, I think he's an awesome pick. I mean, his ownership percentage is light. Pick.
Yeah. I need to target him a little bit more.
And, he's the kind of guy, and this was what I was trying to like emphasize with some of these bets. And I was, talking about the Akers through Pierce thing. It's like, even if you think it's like close, like you don't take the guy who's like near 100% ownership versus sub 5%. Like this would be like 2 3K running backs in DFS, and one is going to be 60% owned and the other is going to be 5% owned. Like you wouldn't even have that conversation yet, because we're so anchored to ADP. And again, I don't think Burton is a bad pick. I actually think he's still solid, but if there's any ambiguity, like Yoshi Voss's ownership percentage is significantly lower. There's lots of ways you win. He's a unique piece in the pod. He just stays on the field all year in 3 wide receiver sets. He could just give you a spike week because he's part of a really prolific passing offense. So I just think there's lots of ways you can get there with Yoshi.
Yeah, all those are great points. I mean, and the he just stays on the field in 3 wide receiver sets like seems increasingly likely. He had a really good camp. Burton did not have a very good camp. Burton, I mean, I've been taking Burton since the big board. Like I was hammering Burton in the final rounds, but like this guy has some red flags related to how he got along with his coaches at multiple schools. And I think going back to high school, that creates an insanely low floor, like an insanely low floor. You know, like this guy's not a professional type of low floor. And if he's just not ready, let's just say he's like not really ready year one. I mean, you're getting Yoshibas as the slot receiver, I think maybe for the whole season. So it took me a while to come around on him because I was like, he's going to lose the job by the end of the year. Was my concern. But what if he doesn't?
Right. And, we got to basically, I feel like what the team is telling us is that like they are okay redshirting Jermaine Burton if they have to. And they're like, but what if Chase or Higgins get injured? Guess what? Yeah, we'll throw this guy in. He's kind of an insurance policy, almost in the way like I think the Niners are thinking about Pearsall, where it's like, yeah, ideally we don't need him this year. And I think, some of the Broncos are telling us the same thing with Troy Franklin. For whatever reason, Sean Payton is saying, I don't need this guy this year to do what I want to do. And I think we need to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I think there's like a difference between some of these guys being able to come on down the stretch and only being live to like emerge for a few games down the stretch. Like there's a difference between what Rashee Rice did last year and what Cedric Tillman did last year. You know what I mean? And I'm seeing Franklin got Tillmaned. Devontae Walker's getting Tillman's. Baker looks on the Tillman path. And Burton seems kind of Tillman-y right now. These are not guys who are going to, maybe I'm wrong. Like Burton would probably be the guy who I could be the most wrong about that. Maybe he gets on the field in a kind of a sub package early on, but I love drafting rookie receivers, but I think we do want to pay attention to that. The other thing is like, it's okay to be like, I'm not taking any more Burton, but you already have Burton from earlier. So if you're wrong, I did this with Vidal, right? I was like, I'm done taking Vidal. I'm not taking any Vidal. This dude might get cut. And so I didn't, but I had a bunch before. And now I'm like, oh, I'm taking Vidal again. I think he's making the roster. He looks good. Like I'm back in. The price is cheaper than it was. I'm back in. And I feel okay that like my portfolio will end up like 11, 12% probably on Vidal instead of like an over exuberant 16%. Like we can't be right all the time on every player.
The other thing about Yoshivas, right? It's like, to me, it's not the, say, Demarcus Robinson situation where it's a veteran who we know exactly who he is as a player, who likely has a pretty talented rookie bearing down on him. And there's a lot of like late season risk to that projectable volume going south. Where like Yoshivas is an insane athlete, was a track star at Princeton, flashed efficiency in year one. Yeah, didn't reach necessarily the amount of volume that you could fully predict a breakout like some of these other guys. But you're betting on a second breakout or a first breakout for Yoshivas, where I'm like less worried about like, no, the rookie's going to come in and dust this guy. It's like, no, internally, they're really excited about Yoshivas long-term with them.
Who was the other guy you're comparing to?
Like Demarcus Robinson, like Robinson. That same range.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think he's a much better pick than Robinson. And we have it ranked like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, the way you play it again over the year, it's not to say, I mean, I was never a big Robinson guy, but I think early on in the offseason, like it was a fine bet. Hey, the guy who's going to be out on the field with Matthew Stafford and 3 wide receiver sets, whatever. But then it's like, man, you see the hype on Jordan Whittington and you start to really wonder, could this guy get displaced by the end of the year? Now, all of a sudden that bet gets a lot shakier.
Right. And in a weird way, like as good as Jefferson or as good as Chase and Higgins are, like I'm more worried about, the Rams offense feels even more concentrated to those top 2 guys. Where you could see, I think it's easier for me to see like a slot receiver kind of just getting his, although Robinson, I think the bull case, if I was going to make it on Robinson, is that they like him in the red zone. And that maybe he, almost like a tight end with Higbee out. It's just like a key piece of the red zone offense. But yeah, I'm more worried at this point. I think I'm more worried about Whittington than Burton, which is crazy given where they were drafted. But like, I don't know, man. Like they're really excited about Whittington. And the last time they were really excited about a guy, he was Puka. So I think they at least know how, not that he's going to be anywhere near what Puka did, but they clearly, they have a process by which guys can emerge during training camp.
Yeah, and I know we do have a lot of new people watching here. If you guys hear us referencing like the ownership in this contest, the reason we're talking about it is because Best Ball Mania has been open since late April, and there were a lot of players who were not getting drafted right after the draft open in this contest open that have just started to get drafted. And even if you see Yoshi Voss going in every single draft, even if you see Jordan Whittington go in every single draft, their overall ownership percentage in this contest is going to be significantly lower just because they weren't regularly getting drafted earlier. And I'll shout out over at ETR, our friends have actual ownership projections for these. And I do think seeing even just the number alongside of it, it's a good way to like kind of slap you out of ADP anchoring, because you'll see these guys and it's like, which one am I going to take? Demarcus Robinson 100% drafted, or Jordan Whittington, who I could pull it up, but I think he was like 25% estimate right now. It's like, even if they're close, going back to that same, Akers, Dameon Pierce example, you just want to take the guy who's less owned. Like your margin for error is so much wider. And when you are right, you're going against so few players. So I highly recommend that if you're deep in the weeds and you kind of want to check that out of like, hey, who would be really good picks down the stretch? Go look at the guys who are getting steam that weren't drafted a ton. I think Jalen Naylor is another good example. There's a bunch there.
Yeah. And I mean, some of these guys can feel like really risky to take, and they are risky, but all 18th round picks are fairly risky. And then you do get a bigger payoff when you're right about one of these guys, especially I think if they're correlated, right? Raymond McLeod, I just checked on Establish the Run. He's at 6%.
Okay.
So, he's probably only now, if you do show up in a pod with him, it's probably another correlated
team
that would have him. But you're getting like, let's say you've betting on Drake London, you're betting on Kyle Pitts, but you show up in a pod in a week where Ray McLeod scores, a touchdown, and it's a long touchdown. He's hitting your lineup. No one else will have him. He's in 6% of the entire tournament. So one of the other 12 teams in your 13-team pod, or one of the other 15 teams in week 16, like, very unlikely that they have that player. The leverage that you get there is real. That's and it's worth looking for. And this is like why Kyron was such a smash last year.
Yeah,
is that he was one of these players. I'm drafting Carson Steele. I've decided I'm doing it. I'm taking Carson Steele, 3% according to ETR. It really is very helpful to have those ownership numbers. I know that he's probably just a fullback, but he's on the Chiefs, man, and he wasn't drafted the entire tournament. I feel like we should draft some.
Yeah. I know. I do think that is because there's always the debate, right? At the beginning of drafting season, do you draft early? Do you draft late? Do you draft throughout the whole season? And the whole argument is that whenever you draft, you have advantages over different drafters. The people who piled in right away, there's some teams who have insane Trey McBride shares when the contest opened in the 80s and the 90s. There's always or maybe I'm thinking of the big board, but still the point holds that there's these huge ADP values that the early drafters got. You can't beat them on ADP values. They were on top of it. But
Eighth round Rashi. Whether you take him now, like, because how could you take Rashi in the third? Like, well, guess what? You don't take Rashi in the third. Someone else probably will, or in the fourth. But then you're still going to go against 8th round Rashi if he has a good season from other teams. Once you get to the playoffs, you need to find a different lever to pull.
And that lever is those 8th round Rashi teams probably have a lot more dead players in their 16, 17, 18, because they were really guessing. Maybe they got a little free. Maybe they were taking a bunch of CEH, and now you burn that one. Maybe you were taking
Troy
Damian
Franklin.
Pearson, and now Jay, that's a little close to home. That's how you beat my teams. That's for sure. But that's the point, is that you could actually beat them on a 2v2 if you find that league winner, because they're going to have a dead roster spot. And then you look at like Leone's manifesto data, right? What is the most important thing when you show up to the finals? Yes, CLV is important, but it's not even as important as not having dead roster spots. So if you're playing a 2v2 of like you get two guys and someone else just has slightly better ADP value on Rashi Rice, you still want the extra body out there.
100%. And, some of these guys that we're going to be drafting, they're gross, but they're going to make the roster. They're going to have a role. Like that's kind of the line for me. Like, I mean, honest to God, CEH is probably back on the menu, although I'm not going to do it. It's too gross. But like, going to make the roster, going to have a role is kind of the baseline, boxes that we need to check. And if they check those boxes and they weren't drafted early, then we need to be aggressive. I think it's not just that like they're on the menu, but like they're the priorities. We need to have these guys because we're at a disadvantage. We're at a disadvantage to the guys who could get 8th round Rashi. Like we just are, So I think we don't want to like. It's more than just considering taking some of these low end guys. I think they are priorities.
Pat, we are going to bring JM to win on here in a hot sec, but let the people know if they're making that final blitz to draft best ball teams, what they need to check out over at Legendary Upside.
Legendary Upside, your premier site for being ahead of the Drake May curve. We got
Victory lap it.
Yeah, Kendrick Bourne, by the way, 12% owned. So if you're looking for ways to tack on the Drake May stacks, he's an option. We got best ball rankings updated daily, dynasty rankings updated weekly. I had an article that came out last week on the rookie wide receivers. This week, I'm going to be doing my legendary running back series. We've got in-season content, which we're pivoting to. I'm going to have an announcement on what that's going to look like, but won't just be my walkthrough, which is, a very in-depth preview column that I do every week, but going to have a separate article from a new author on the Sunday and Monday night games.
Nice.
And Steph Miller is going to be doing her waiver wire column as well. So
awesome.
The in-season content, we have you covered there too, but the big piece this week is going to be the legendary upside scenarios for all the running backs going in the early rounds.
Awesome. Make sure you guys check that out. Like I said, Pat will be hopping on an early edition of ADP Chasing 230 Risers Fallers, then a big dog draft. And then you can catch both of us on Thursday night with Crack Rock in the FFPC main event. Pat, we'll see you next time on Best Ball Breakfast. Peace, man.
Later.
All right. Look who it is. Normally, I'm broadcasting with this man on a Friday in the heart of the NFL season, but we had to get a little kickoff here. It's none other than 1 week seasons. Jam to win. Jam, it's been too long, man. Uh-oh, are you muted? Uh-oh, Jam's
There we
muted.
go. There we go. We're good.
There
Are
we
we
go.
good? Are we good?
We're good.
All right.
Yeah,
I
we're
was
good.
I was muted while you were on with Pat, just in case. I wasn't sure if anything would mess up. You need a bathroom break? You need me to hold the fort down while you?
I actually do. I legitimately do. Can you jam for 45 seconds? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll talk for a moment. And then I'll have to fill you in. Unless you're listening, you can let me know when you get back if you're listening. So I'm on because apparently people like me being on. Pete said it was requested that I come back on after being on last year. So just an update for those of you watching. I'm not in the best ball streets. So if you are hearing that and you're like, well, why do I need to tune in? Maybe you'll pick up some good nuggets. Last year we had Tank Dell and Puka Nacua. I'm not in the best ball streets because I'm getting all the business stuff set up for OWS, but also it's more valuable for my time to be pouring this into research than into the drafts. So what I'll be able to provide is maybe some laughs, maybe some interesting insights into players, and probably not a lot of insights into strategy. So we'll lean on Pete for that. Obviously, Pete has been in these best ball streets all summer. But yeah, I'm sure that we will uncover some good things. Pete, you had your headphones on during that? You were able to hear what I was saying? All right. So
yeah.
I would have given you that background anyway. Just a reminder to the audience that probably very little in the way of strategy thoughts, which obviously, it's what we talk about at OWS throughout the season is really these games are not games of picking players. These are strategy games, but also having sharp thoughts on players can be super beneficial as well. So mostly I'm just excited to hang out with you and get a draft in. Did one with Mike on OWS a couple weeks ago for drafters. Now getting to do one for you with Underdog and yeah, talk some players, some situations, get ready for the season.
Yeah, I mean, you're underselling yourself on what you can bring to the table because, one, I've gotten lots of good feedback. People like when I bring some people on here that aren't just like so deep in the weeds, because there is this element of like we've been in these same lobbies for so long, you fall into the same rhythms. And, that's why I like drafting with Shawn Siegele, because he's good at kind of ignoring the consensus, the hive mind, and just having his POV. And I'm excited to get your kind of macro overview on the landscape. What are the offenses? What are the dynamics you're starting to think about as you set the table for your DFS research? And then maybe we can find some fun ways to apply that within a best ball draft.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about this time of year is being outside the hive mind and seeing the places where even just on like team over-unders, win totals, where it's like, man, people are really just falling into the trap of just thinking that whatever happened last year is going to happen again this year, or thinking that this offense is this offense, or this level of performance from this player is what we're going to see. Maybe we saw the top end of a player's performance last year, and that's where they're being drafted. Or maybe we saw kind of the low end of a player who hasn't fully developed yet. One of the biggest things before we dive in, I just think that this top couple rounds is extraordinarily unique compared to past years, in that there's not a lot of foundation to go off of on some of these guys. And I think that there could be, if the ADP had developed in a variety of different ways, there still wouldn't be arguments, right? Like if Jonathan Taylor were being drafted like in the top 6 or 7, and that's what people have been seeing all summer, I don't think that people would be like, whoa, that's crazy, he's being way overdrafted. And there's a lot of spots that, if Drake London were being drafted 26th or 27th instead of 14th, 15th, I don't think you'd have a lot of people being like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, this is amazing value. And so I think that in these top rounds, what I would be looking to do, Puka Nacua, Garrett Wilson, there's just like a lot of suppositions about how these offenses will look, how these players will look. What I would be looking to do in these top rounds in piling up a portfolio of drafts is basically just taking whatever the draft gives me, whatever value the draft gives me, and then allowing that to dictate how I build my roster from there. I think that anybody who's reaching in the early rounds and thinking that they can really predict, this is a very unique year where it's not like the top 6, 7, 8 are like, oh, nobody can argue with this being the top 6, 7, or 8. There's a lot. I mean, Breece Hall's in the top 6, right? Like there's a lot of places where we can have questions here. Justin Jefferson has Sam Darnold throwing to him, Bijan Robinson, in a new offense. CeeDee Lamb has no secondary weapons on that offense. And so there's just like a lot of question marks sort of top to bottom in these first couple rounds. And I think that there's an edge there in just letting things fall to you and then determining things from there.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a dynamic I felt a lot this year. Another great example of like the market has been really good at, pricing these young players, these breakouts. They're more willing to skate to where the puck is going to be than where it's at now than they used to be previously. I think Marvin Harrison's the best example, the highest we've ever seen a rookie go. And yet a lot of us feel that same thing of like, okay, yes, would it feel better if he was at the 2-3 turn? Absolutely. But I'm just going to take my shares when he's here at ADP because I don't want to be out on Marvin Harrison just because I thought he was like a smidge pricey. And that's what I felt with a lot of these guys. Yeah.
Like typically I would argue and say, like, we're drafting him at his ceiling, right? Like, what are the chances that a rookie wide receiver in a still developing offense is going to be literally one of the top 12 performers in fantasy? But then you're like, okay, but who are you putting above him, right? Nico Collins had a 4th year breakout last year. And all of a sudden we're like, all right, top 2 rounds for this guy. Like Jalen Waddle, Devon Achane, who I don't know that the Dolphins necessarily want to run that offense, giving guys more than 10 to 12 touches in that backfield per game on a consistent basis. And so there's a lot of places here where it's like, well, yeah, where are you going to move Marvin Harrison down to? And if he were at the 2-3 turn, versus some of these other guys, like there's just a lot of these guys who really you could rearrange. And so, I think kind of a lot of these guys in the top 2 rounds, we're drafting them at their ceiling, which means that there's going to be some guys in the 3rd round, 4th round, 7th round, 12th round, 17th round, who I have not seen the 17th rounders this year. Like last year, I mean, I was hammering the drum around this time of year on get Puka Nacua, nobody has him. Get Tank Dell, nobody has him. I haven't seen anybody like that this year, so a little disappointing there. But there will be those situations where there are producers who are way overperforming. And I think it's going to be pretty critical in this year's drafts to kind of hit some of those guys as we move deeper in, not take those safe plays, but kind of take the upside.
Before we dive into a draft, I am curious, like I know you at this time of the year, you clear off your schedule, you are getting ready to essentially lay the foundation for all the DFS analysis you're going to do throughout the year. What is part of that as far as, reviewing the landscape, the coaching changes, what they're saying? Is it preseason data? Like what factors into getting you to a place where you feel ready to start projecting these guys for week 1?
Well, one of the things I always try to think about is that these teams are not interested in statistics. These teams are interested in trying to win games. And so getting a feel for one of the things I talked about a lot last summer was how interesting that Texans team was, because there was so much positivity and optimism from Nick Caserio on down, where it was like this feeling of we are a developing team and we're going to be a much better team than people think we're going to be. And I saw that as like, everybody thinks you're going to win 2 or 3 games. They're probably going to win 6 or 7. It was after week 1 or 2 when they played the Ravens and Jim Harbaugh was like, that's a good team. That team is going to win a lot of games. And even at that point, I was saying a lot of games is relative, right? Relative to expectations. They actually ended up winning a lot of games, right? And made the playoffs, made a run in the playoffs. And but you're kind of getting this understanding of who these teams see themselves as and where they are, right? If you listen to stuff out of Patriots camp, like why are they waffling on Drake May versus Jacoby Brissett? Throw the young guy out there, see what he can do, right? Last week, Gerard Mayo was asked if these two are even, if Brissett and Drake May are even, who starts? And he said Jacoby Brissett. Now, wouldn't most coaches, wouldn't most fantasy players say, we'll throw the young guy out there, give him some opportunities? Well, this team is saying, we're trying to win games, right? If these two are even, the guy who has more experience. So every team enters this season saying, hey, we can surprise people. We can win games. So then the question is, how will they try to win games, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the Patriots, for example, they're going to try to win games by really good defense, by marching the field, this outside zone run scheme where they're going to try to get Ramondre Stevenson a ton of touches. And so you look at like they're going to try to win these 21-17 games. They're going to be a hard-nosed football team. Like these teams that have these 4.5, 5.5 win totals, they're probably not getting blown out every week. For the most part, they're going to be in competitive games week in and week out. And some of these teams, things are going to fall their way in some of these games. And all of a sudden, you're going to be looking up in week 7, 8, 9, and they have a winning record. And they're kind of being talked about as being in the mix. And so at this time of the year, what I'm really wanting to get a sense of is listening to as many coaching press conferences as I can, as many coaching interviews as I can, as much from the players as I can, and getting a sense of how all these teams are developing and how they are going to try to create that pathway that people see or don't see to a playoff berth. Because every single one of these teams is thinking, how do we win games with the roster we have? And how they try to win games is going to determine how the fantasy points fall out throughout the season.
Yeah, and that's a really fun, dichotomy, compared to what you're trying to maybe do. Like your big priority, right, is going to be helping us get ready for week 1 DFS. What's going to happen? There's all this uncertainty. And predicting what's going to happen in week 1, obviously, with best ball, that can be a little different with these tournaments where it's like, yes, we want to know what they're doing, but we're also trying to anticipate what's the most likely thing that's going to happen weeks 15 through 17, which, as you know, like you said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, and then trying to balance those dynamics as far as what do teams want to do and what will they actually be doing in week 17.
Yeah, absolutely. And so much of that also is just recognizing all the things that we don't know. And falling into that thing that we talk about throughout NFL season, that we're really not in the business of predicting what will happen. We're in the business of understanding probabilities and taking advantage of those probabilities. So understanding places where there are shallow depth charts or where injuries could completely change the trajectory of a particular team, and how we can kind of draft according to that as well.
I did hop us in a Best Ball Mania draft. We have the 1-9. This also seems like a good time to let you guys know JM and I hammered out our in-season schedule here.
Lots of negotiations back and forth.
Yes, lots of, time zone, Jam wanted to do 135. I wanted to do 125. We are going to be doing, it's a slightly earlier than we did last year. We're going to do 1 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be Fridays. That show will always, other than the first one, we are going to pre-record that one earlier in the week. I'll be traveling, but other than that, they will always air live on Friday afternoons, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on this YouTube channel. And I'm super excited to run it back. And then we're going to record one mid next week in advance of week 1. And we kind of try to take a little higher overview kind of macro thing. It's helpful for you to kind of reorient my best ball braid to DFS. So that will be a way to help everybody transition. But yeah, man, excited to run it back. Is this our 3rd or 4th year doing it? Third?
I think this is year 3. I could be wrong. I don't know. I put the, I busted out the yoga pants like literally 30 minutes ago, put them on in preparation for being comfortable for the show and being in the right headspace. So man, I'm excited for what's ahead.
Awesome. Well, we are about to pick at 1-9. The running backs do go off the board. So ADP wise, you are looking at these wide receivers. Amon-Ra goes. Generally, Justin Jefferson goes here as well. And then we'll be looking at an AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson kind of Puka decision. Do any of those names or offenses jump out at you depending on what the 8-hole does here?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm always thinking upside, like individual week upside. So AJ Brown is going to be the one who stands out to me the most from that group because it's established these 30-plus point games that he can have, these big plays that he can hit. Obviously, Garrett Wilson could have those types of games. Puka could have those types of games. But when you're talking about like the physical attributes of the players, right? Like who would you rather have for a 30+ point game, Puka Nacua or AJ Brown? I'd rather have AJ Brown for that. Consistency, would I rather have the young guy in Garrett Wilson who we're trying to piece this together with Aaron Rodgers? Is he healthy? How's the offensive line going to look this year? Or would I rather have AJ Brown? So I'll take the AJ Brown there for sure.
Yep, we take AJ Brown here. And then it was funny that you said, like, would it shock anyone? Like if Jonathan Taylor had been going in the first round all year, he definitely hasn't been. But in this draft, he goes 111. So someone heard you and said, you know what, Jam? That's a good idea.
And when we talk about too, just to hit on individual player stuff.
Yeah.
When we talk about like players who could, everyone's like, oh, next year they're being drafted 2nd or 3rd overall. And why weren't we seeing that? Like Jonathan Taylor very much fits in that bucket. If we get a healthy Anthony Richardson all season, think about trying to defend that rushing attack with Shane Steichen designing it and calling the plays, and Jonathan Taylor healthy. And by all accounts, like everybody is bought in on this team. It's a team that, narratives develop based on how things play out, right? This team I forget exactly what it was, right? They had like a little mistake in that last game, missed the playoffs. I think it was an interception or something, missed the playoffs. And everybody's talking about the Texans as like the obvious pick to win the division. It's like, the Colts were right there with Gardner Minshew at quarterback all season. So, I think Jonathan Taylor is a very interesting pick who could, very easily be one of those top 3 guys when it's all said and done.
Yeah, this drafter also takes Cooper Kupp, whose ADP's later going out and kind of getting his guys there. We're now looking by ADP, Drake London, Debo, Nico, Barkley, Waddle. Does a name or offense jump out to you?
Yeah, I mean, we could go running back if we wanted to go Saquon. Also, if I'm hitting a wide receiver, I'm, again, thinking about the big plays, the splash games, which I would lean on Debo or Nico more than Drake London for that. So that's where I'll lean there on that pick.
Yeah, let's see. I've been trying to kind of just continue to boost my Nico exposure a little bit. Let's grab Nico there. One of the other things that's just been super attractive to me about Nico, and I know you're not super in the weeds on these drafts, but Stroud's ADP is often, I think it's around like 70 or something, but he will routinely fall all the way back around to you on the back end of the board. So if you select a Tank, a Diggs, or a Nico, the ability to get him really cheap in the 7th always jumps out to me.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can get those kind of backdoor stacks too, where other people aren't picking them up because you got to get the wide receiver so early, and then you got to take this quarterback in a spot where you're not typically taking a quarterback or a guy like Stroud who doesn't have a ton of rushing upside, and so maybe people don't want to draft him quite that early. You can kind of get those unique pairings that maybe other people don't have.
How do you think that's gonna, shake out? Because there's the kind of the 2 lines of thought. It's like you'll have people say, "Hey, Texans offense goes burr, just give me the pieces," or some people will say, "Hey, there's 3 guys here. How are these all going to hit? They're all top 40 picks." Even from like a DFS lens, how do you think you'll be thinking about the Texans wide receivers? I assume they'll all be priced relatively similar. Or do we have our week 1 pricing out for draft?
Yeah, pricing's out. I don't know it off the top of my head. If this were like 6 years ago and I had no business to run, I would have known it off the top of my head. But yeah, week 1 pricing's out. So the way I look at that offense, concentrated offenses can produce. Okay, so first we look at through the lens of like how many total points does an offense produce, right? And then you have these offenses that have 6, 7 pieces that they spread the ball out to, and it's like those points get diluted amongst those guys. Well, a concentrated offense, take the Bucks or take the Rams, right? We've got Puka and Cooper Kupp both going in the first 2 rounds. We always every year have Godwin and Mike Evans going in the first 3 rounds, 3, 4 rounds, whatever it is. We've got Debo and Aiyuk and Christian McCaffrey all going near the top. So these concentrated offenses, they're not producing significantly more total fantasy points than other offenses, but those fantasy points are going to a smaller number of players. So I still see this as being a situation where there's a lot of points available for these 3 guys. I also think that we could see kind of a Diggs resurgence early in the year because these guys are humans, right? And Diggs feels slighted by the Bills and he's going to go try to prove something, but he's also like getting to that point in his career where the chances of him being a dominant player all season long are kind of lower. The way that the Texans are talking, they say that we don't have a number 1, but like Tank Dell could be a 1B on a lot of teams. And then Nico Collins really emerged last year as a top wide receiver. And so I think that there will be some component of appeasing Diggs, giving him his heavy target games. But think about last year, there was a stretch of, okay, this is off the top of the head, but it was like 10 times in 11 weeks or something like that, or 10 times in 12 weeks that in DraftKings scoring, there was a 30+ point score from 1 Texans wide receiver. So just getting some of these exposures, some of these guys on all your best ball teams, like when they start concentrating on one guy, those points pile up. So I think Nico's going to end up developing into the top guy on this offense once again, but just getting exposure here gets you exposure to a lot of upside.
So we start AJ Brown, Nico Collins, and it looks like we will have the potential to grab a second Texans wide receiver as both Tank Dell and Diggs are still on the board. We have a slight ADP fall on Derrick Henry, both the Texans wide receivers. Pittman, Josh Allen would be the top available quarterback. Anything jump out to you as Henry comes off the board and those two Texans guys are there?
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if we could catch one of these Texans guys on the back end. Our picks are a little bit far apart for that.
Yeah.
And then we don't have any running backs. So kind of thinking about how much running back depth is available. I would have loved Derrick Henry there. I'm not as confident that Isaiah Pacheco is a screaming value here. So yeah, I'll take one of the wide receivers or Pacheco, your call.
Do you have a preference on Tank or Diggs?
I take Tank Dell.
Yeah. Let's do it there. Will you talk a little bit about Derrick Henry? He's been a guy that kind of ADP versus rankings projections have kind of butted up against each other, with the kind of thought being, hey, for him to pay off this ADP, he's going to have to sun run touchdowns. And yet it's like, well, yeah, it seems likely he's going to sun run touchdowns.
Yeah. I mean, we can't know where he's at on the age cliff. And that's really the only question in this offense. As the lead back, like, he's going to have it would not this is crazy. It would not surprise me if Derrick Henry has a 2,000 yard year, like quite literally. That would not surprise me with, 15 touchdowns. Now, it also wouldn't surprise me if we see him rush for 900 yards and we're like, oh man, Derrick Henry's not Derrick Henry anymore. But like the limited wear and tear he had early in his NFL career, there was parts of his time at Alabama where he wasn't a workhorse. Like he's had these heavy workload seasons, but the overall picture of his career is not just like this dude who has so many carries. I really think that we could see him have a monster year this year and like perform as a first round pick.
So the running back kind of got wiped with Etienne and Pacheco. Pittman's the slight ADP slider. You got LaPorta at tight end, Allen, Zay Flowers, Hurts, Higgins. Hurts, if we wanted to stack up AJ Brown, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't mind going quarterback here if we're getting a running quarterback with a lot of rushing upside. So taking that Jalen Hurts fits nicely with our AJ Brown. I'll go with that.
Yeah, let's do it there. Yeah, how did you? I remember having a lot of conversations last year during the NFL season about like how to play the AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, whether you play those guys solo, whether you play them with Hurts. I want to say, did you have a rule where you would almost always play AJ Brown with Hurts, or am I thinking about it backwards?
Good question. I know that it was almost impossible for AJ Brown and Devontae Smith to hit on the same week together. So
right.
it was like you were playing very small probabilities when you were putting all three guys on a roster. And not only were you playing small probabilities, but more people were doing that, right? Like the Waddle and Tyreek Hill thing, where it's like, if nobody were doing it, then yeah, it's worth it to take some shots. If everybody's doing it, it's worth it to be underweight on that. I do think that it was whenever AJ Brown hit for like a monster game, Hurts also hit for a monster game. Yeah. The thing there was like Hurts can hit for 25 to 30 points with AJ Brown hitting because AJ Brown's having 160 yards and maybe Hurts isn't getting the rushing yards, but he's still having that really high end game. And then when AJ Brown misses and maybe he's getting like 15, 18 points, there's still that opportunity for Hurts to put up a 36, 37 point game because those might be the games where he's taking over more on the ground. So it's like the total points, I'd have to go back in my notes and look, but if I remember correctly, it's like the total points of that package can kind of come out similarly regardless of which one of them has the monster game. And so in sort of mid to smaller field tournaments, having both of them just kind of gets you that block of points. If you're in the Millie Maker, you might want to split that and say, okay, if AJ Brown's having 40, Jalen Hurts probably isn't having 35. And if Jalen Hurts is having 40, AJ Brown's probably not having 40 because the way that they're getting that upside kind of takes away from the upside of the other. So kind of a unique setup there, if I remember correctly. But yeah, those are the types of things, right? Once we get into the season, you really start to get a feel for how these points get distributed and where you can gain these small edges on the way other people are building their rosters. In best ball, it's great because you talk about that block of points. It's like, well, this week I got the big AJ Brown points. This week I got the big Jalen Hurts. And there's a lot of quarterback value in these best ball drafts to where you can take a guy in like the 15, 16, you can take Daniel Jones close to the end. And like, you're still getting some upside on the weeks when Jalen Hurts is kind of having the down weeks.
Yeah, I love that. For people who watch the show, you're familiar with, JM talking about blocks of points, but it is actually a really transferable concept to the season long element. There's the part that JM just highlighted, which is like in the pod dynamics. It's like maybe 1 week AJ Brown has the alpha game, but then the next it's a little muted, but Jalen Hurts goes nuts on the ground. What's really cool is then maybe you show up in the finals and it's like, well, a lot of the Jalen Hurts teams got wiped out because of his like lower scoring game, but then a lot of the AJ Brown teams got wiped out when Hurts went nuts. Like when you can kind of get that block of points through is interesting. And then the same thing with the cheap offenses late, right? Like if you're just correlating a bet on the Giants offense super late with 3 or 4 pieces, what you're spending on that block of points is so small. It's like jamming in a vomit stack, a 5K quarterback and 2, 4K wide receivers. It's like what you need from that is so much lower.
Sometimes, as we know, with what was it, Jonnu Smith and Drake London and Desmond Ridder, sometimes the vomit stacks are the winners as well. So you got to have an open willingness to go to those vomit stacks in DFS and in Best Ball.
So the running backs kind of getting chewed up. The next one is Kenneth Walker. We also have Christian Kirk, who's been sliding a bit in drafts. There's Calvin Ridley. There's Keenan Allen. I don't think we would do a quarterback here. Jaden Reed, Kyle Pitts would be the tight end, and Kittle. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of feels like you're closing your eyes and throwing a dart at any of these picks. I would have loved go ahead and pick one of these wide receivers. I would have loved James Cook here, but yeah, we'll take one of these guys.
Let's grab Kirk. He's been falling kind of arbitrarily. I mean, he missed the last preseason, but I don't think there's really any concern for him. Yeah, I was going to say Cook would have been interesting there. How are you feeling about this Jags offense? I feel like they frustrated me so much last year with how they were running it and just all the vertical routes and not like having any creative scheme. Do you have any hope for maybe that being a little bit more inventive this year?
Yeah, I mean, we're machine learning organisms, right? Like anybody who's really good at something, they're really good at it because every time they have a chance to step back, they assess and they say, where did I do well and how can I strengthen that? Where did I make mistakes and how can I improve on those mistakes? So a good NFL coach, which Doug Peterson is a good NFL coach, he stepped back in the offseason. He said, okay, where were we deficient? Where can we improve? Do we know if Press Taylor is a good NFL offensive coordinator? No, most people think that he's not, but Doug Peterson is still there to guide the ship, to take over play calling if he has to deeper into the season. So I don't put too much stock in. I think one of the advantages we can have is not putting too much stock into what happened last year is going to happen again, because if you've made it to this level of coaching, especially if you have had the success that somebody like Doug Peterson has had, you do have an ability to step back in the offseason and say, where were we deficient? How can we improve? And so, I mean, I would expect them to be a little bit more, to be a little bit more adaptive to what they have and what worked last year and what didn't. Also, with Christian Kirk, we have kind of he's not going to have as many spiked weeks, but we've got a lot of spiked week guys. And so we just gave ourselves kind of a nice floor bet there. Who's available over here in the running back pool at this point?
Yeah. Kenneth Walker, Joe Mixon are kind of in a tier here before you're down to Montgomery, Kamara, and Connor. Does anyone?
I mean, James Conner could, if James Conner stays healthy, he's going to perform as like a top 3 or 4 round pick. I'd love to get him deeper in the draft, but if we can get somebody here who we feel comfortable with, whether it's Walker or Mixon or Montgomery, it really doesn't matter. But yeah, take one of these guys just to have a running back on the roster.
Yeah, I decided because we have the big bet on Collins and Dell, and when we enter the playoffs, we're going to probably need the production to go through them to steer away from Mixon there. What do you said you've been listening to a lot of pressers. I'm curious what you're making of Seattle, because they have a pretty big offensive philosophy shift with this new team. And there also has been a lot of chatter about them maybe being more into Kenneth Walker than even the previous regime as far as how they would want to use them. But they also still have Charbonnet. I'm curious, like, what kind of vibes are you getting out of Seattle on the whole? And then maybe as it pertains to the running backs.
Yeah, I mean, the running back, the backfield is just kind of a question mark to me. I don't want to try to make guesses on that. I mean, I think Kenneth Walker, he was everybody's favorite for offensive rookie of the year a couple of years ago. And like, he had this great season. Everybody loves Kenneth Walker. I'm not quite sure why everybody just assumed last year that Charbonnet was going to be equal to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker dealt with a lot of injuries last year. So it wouldn't surprise me if he emerges as kind of the clear lead back. We know most teams don't have an 85% back anyway. So if Kenneth Walker is playing 60 to 65% of the snaps, you're going to get solid production from this draft pick. I do really like this offense. And what I really like about this setup in Seattle is Mike McDonald's defense. It's very intricate. And so every stop that we've seen him at, if you look at him at Michigan, if you look at him with Baltimore, the first year the defense didn't totally come together. And it was the second year where he's able to, guys have a second year in his scheme. He's able to bring in more of his own guys where the defense really comes together. And so I think there could be an opportunity for the Seattle defense to have, especially intricate defenses, have communication errors, which lead to big plays. I think we could have a lot of weeks, maybe not a lot of weeks, but more weeks than people would assume, where Seattle is getting into shootouts, where the defense is having lapses in communication and big plays are hitting, and Grubbs wants to attack downfield. And that's like one of the things that Geno Smith is best at, is attacking downfield. And they've got DK Metcalf. I kind of think Jackson Smith and Jigbo will emerge as the real number 2 here this year, and Tyler Lockett will be a really strong number 3. And so I think that this offense is very interesting, and I think that this offense is going overlooked because of the unknowns, or because people want to look to previous years and just use those data points, especially most recent data points. So yeah, I like this offense a lot. I like where it's going. I don't really have a call on the backfield, but my expectation would be that Kenneth Walker will emerge as kind of that 65% guy.
Nice. Yeah. And the thing is even if he loses a little bit of the work, he's so explosive, right? He's the home run hitter. And in best ball, it's not like you're setting your season long managed league. Same with DFS.
Wait, did James Conner just go in what round is this?
This is in the 7th round. I mean, this is
close
listeners.
to
his. Well, it's at his ADP. I should have mentioned it was unlikely that he was going to come back.
Okay, I thought we had more space before he was coming back around.
I should have let you pound the table for Connor there. Stroud goes, so we're not forced with the double elite quarterback decision. Ingram, if we want to set up like a double stack with Jacksonville, Ladd, Jameson Williams. There's also Aaron Jones, Ramondre, Mostert. Anything jump out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I really like any of those wide receivers. I really like Aaron Jones as well. I don't know if we would be overdrafting him, but Ramondre, I really like either of these running backs, either of these wide receivers. I'd skip Ingram.
Let's do Ladd here. There's a good chance. I feel like in a lot of my drafts, the running back will come back around. There's also a 3 running back team behind us who might take their feet off the gas there. So let's see if we can push a running back around. The Chargers are an interesting team as well, as far as like so new, the personnel, the coaching. I mean, Justin Herbert really our only kind of connective tissue. What are you expecting out of them this year?
I mean, I expect them to be really strong. I don't think that they're going to be a team that's trying to score 30 points every week. They're going to be the 49ers or the Rams, where we have, there's that Rams season when they went to the Super Bowl and they scored 30 plus points in 14 of their 16 regular season games, right? Like, they're not going to be a team like that, but I think they're going to be a really good team, and they don't have a lot of pieces for the ball to go through the air. And so I think that Ladd is just like he's going to probably overperform his ADP, but probably not have a ton of spiked weeks. But given this roster that we have, where you got Tank Dell and Diggs taking points away from, or Tank Dell and Nico taking points away from each other on spiked weeks, AJ Brown being kind of a spiked week, peak and valley type guy, getting a Kirk and getting a Ladd can really kind of stabilize that floor where we're getting those solid points in the weeks where we don't have the spiked weeks.
Yeah, so we go Ladd, and then we see Aaron Jones, Evan Ingram, Jameson Williams, and then a little bit of a wide receiver run here. Addison comes up, Dobbs, Jaylen Warren goes. Did you mention liking Ramondre a good bit here?
Love Ramondre. I mean, Ramondre is like a centerpiece to this offense this year. You think about how they're going to try to win games. You think about how they're designing this scheme. It's going to run heavily through Ramondre. Talks from the coaching staff, talks from him of him having his best career season from a statistical standpoint. I think they're going to have to lean heavily on him to win games with. They're going to need to try to win games this year.
Yeah, and the other little bonus, we do get that Week 17 matchup between the Chargers and the Patriots. There also gives us another kind of quarterback out if there's something fun you want to do with Drake May. But yeah, I think I keep getting, now that it does seem more likely that Drake May is going to take over sooner rather than later, we've seen too, those like rushing mobile quarterbacks make their lives easier on the running backs. And then when you factor in Ramondre's skill set, and I don't know how you feel about Antonio Gibson, but it just feels like there's a floor here and also a pretty big ceiling if the offense impresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think Gibson is in there to take away a ton of first and second down carries from Ramondre, and then Ramondre is still going to be involved in some of the passing game stuff. And so really like his role in that offense. Going back to the Chargers, where is J.K. Dobbins generally being drafted?
His ADP is around 143. He had been a pretty big riser in the past, I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks. And now he's kind of chilled out. He was in the mid 160s. Now we've kind of gotten some positive reports. When I was drafting with Shawn earlier, we took him at like 125. So there are some of us who will go out and get him. What's your read on the Chargers there without maybe tipping our hand too much to later?
Yeah. I mean, obviously Gus Edwards is going to have some of these touchdown opportunities. And like, is J.K. Dobbins going to be one of these guys who we say, man, he's getting drafted in the 3rd round next year? Like, almost certainly not. But I also think that he's one of these guys who will be drafted in the top 100 next year. A team that's going to be, we know what Harbaugh's MO is and how he wants to try to win games and really physically dominate in the trenches. Every player is in the best shape of their life at this time of year, right? But J.K. Dobbins has talked about feeling the best he's felt since he was at Ohio State and really just being healthy. He keeps talking about how many people he's going to surprise this year. And I just think that in this offense, if he's healthy, he's set up to be like a really nice value deeper in the draft. And this is where, we can take these, like, wait on running back, right? We took these wide receivers early because the top of the draft, we're saying there's a lot of question marks. Well, you could flip it around. You could draft running back early and then say, hey, let's load up on wide receivers deeper. But I like these drafts where we really can take guys throughout and make cases that they can be drafted much higher next year and still build a kind of a solid team that could end up with a much higher real ADP than what we were getting them at.
Yep. In our team so far, Jalen Hurts. We're on the clock, so we'll save the chatter here. Njoku is the slight tight end faller. If we wanted to grab a tight end, there's also
I like that. I like that.
Okay, cool. Let's grab some Njoku. How are you handling the Browns, right? Because again, talk about a team with a wide range of outcomes. Is Watson healthy? Is he good anymore? What's he going to be like? David Njoku performed really well with Flacco, but not so much with, Watson. Like, how are you projecting this Browns offense?
I mean, I think you just take the talent. You say that, like, I think all of that's priced into his ADP, right? He could underperform this. He could significantly overperform this. I think the downside is much lower than the upside in that, if he underperforms, well, you're getting like a sort of mid-ish round tight end, and that doesn't kill you. You're going to have to take some other tight ends to account for this. But if he overperforms, you're getting a guy, who maybe next year people are drafting much higher. And a lot of question marks on this team, and we just don't know. I mean, Deshaun Watson's not even playing in the preseason, and we got this arm soreness or whatever it is. Maybe we get Jameis Winston, which I'd love that. But yeah, it's just one of these situations where you don't know, and so you take the talent and kind of see how things fall out. I really like the I don't know if they went, but those Bills wide receivers. And then if we're going running back, I think Zack Moss is a value. I think that people are kind of overlooking him. And same thing with Tajay Spears, because really he and Pollard are just going to split series is how I'm seeing things there.
Yeah, and the only other consideration if you wanted to try to double stack Goddard, but he comes back around sometimes too, so we could try to push it. Let's grab Moss here. I had selected a decent amount of Chase Brown early, and now those guys have flipped. And so I've been enjoying buying the dip on Zack Moss because I just want exposure to this offense. Where are you at on how you think kind of that Bengals backfield is going to shake out?
Yeah, I mean, I would just expect, given what we've seen from Zack Moss over the last couple years, I just think he's a guy that anytime he's in there, he's performing well. And he didn't fit what the Bills were trying to do, but anytime that he was the guy playing and getting the ball, he was producing there. It just didn't fit their offense and what they needed there. And I think that Zack Moss is just kind of an underrated guy who's going to go in and perform well. And I don't, at this point in Mixon's career, I don't know that Zack Moss is really a downgrade from Mixon, right? And we see where Mixon's being drafted on the Texans offense, and people kind of forget what this Bengals offense can be when everybody's healthy and everything's humming. So I mean, I like that Moss pick, and we're kind of in this range of running backs where there are question marks when you take them. So, you take the guys who have the upside if the role is there. So did Curtis Samuel go too before we pick? So yeah, both those Bills wide receivers went, but I just want to touch on that real quickly. I think when you have an offense that is capable of producing and doesn't have the big names, then those guys end up being undervalued, but people are going to emerge in that offense, whether it's Coleman or whether it's Curtis Samuel, whether it's Khalil Shakir. And I love Khalil Shakir. I've been talking about that since his rookie season. Glad to see him getting this opportunity here. Josh Allen's talked about Khalil Shakir basically filling that Cole Beasley role that he hasn't had for a couple of years, somebody who can get those underneath passes and then obviously explosive after the catch. And so I think that's an offense to be targeting just in terms of saying, hey, points will emerge from this offense and it's being undervalued because the name value isn't there or the data points from what happened last year aren't there. I hear a lot, PFF guys will talk about, if you have one of these top quarterbacks, that's basically about 10 wins right there, right? And then you get to a team like this and people are like, it's got Josh Allen, but they don't have any weapons. So like, how are they going to put this together? And it's like, well, they'll figure out how to put it together. So I like targeting those guys. I think they're at least one of those guys that probably emerge as a really nice value this year.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was the Mahomes drafter took both of those receivers in this one, and then it was the Josh Allen drafter was able to get Kincaid. But those guys don't make it back around to us. Going to do a quick recap of the team here for our audio listeners. Jalen Hurts at quarterback, up to 3 running backs: Kenneth Walker, Ramondre Stevenson, and Zack Moss. Got our 5 early wide receivers: AJ Brown, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Christian Kirk, Lad McConkey. Tight end David Njoku. Trevor Lawrence did go, but Herbert could potentially be available for a stack later. And so we have some flexibility, I think, at quarterback and tight end right now. Looking at the board, if I look at running backs, wide receivers, Lockett sliding a bit. Judy is here if we want to build out a bet on the Browns. And then it's kind of the Wild West at running back. You could pretty much talk me into a lot of different stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think Austin Eckler is actually a really interesting guy. I don't think quite there yet. Jerry Jeudy, gives us an opportunity to say, what if Deshaun Watson is back to being Deshaun Watson, right? Because we can get him deeper into the draft and kind of build out this Browns offense. So yeah, I like that pick right there. And again, where there's question marks, there's opportunity because people don't want to take on the question marks, and we can say, the opportunity is there for us to be dramatically overdrafting these guys, but also the opportunity is there for these guys to be dramatically underdrafted. And that's what we want, is those points of uncertainty that we can lean into and other people are leaning away from. And you think about if Deshaun Watson, it's kind of like a Tiger Woods type thing, right? Where it's like something broke in his mental game. It's not all physical, like something broke in his mental game and he's just not there anymore. But that doesn't mean that this human can't figure out a way to come back to who he was before on the football field. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that kind of finding ways to bet on the upside of this Browns offense is an interesting way to go.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of correlation too, right? Like if Njoku is a smash for us at this pick and he's performing alongside the other elite tight ends, he has to be getting good quarterback play. And if that's true, and I also think the Browns are going to pass a lot more this year. They're not going to have Nick Chubb at the beginning of the year. I do think Jerry Jeudy has the potential to be a smash here. He's definitely a polarizing guy. There's a lot of people who are like, never again. I drafted this guy at the 3-4 turn. Steve Smith went on national television and said he had no dog in him. I watch him not hustling, going out for balls. I'm done with him, but I like the correlated bet here at 129. So here's a question for you. Austin Eckler does go. I think we can kind of push quarterback here. Do you want to go out and get Dobbins? Is there anyone else that stands out to you here?
No, yeah, I'm happy with Dobbins. I think that's a sharp pick. We could take another tight end. We could take Dobbins. Who's on the tight end board for us?
Yeah, you're looking at Freiermuth, Hawk, Kmet, Musgrave, Henry.
I mean, there's still some upside to tap into there. So I don't mind grabbing Dobbins here and taking a guy who has, especially single game upside, a lot of single game upside, hit some big plays in what should be a run focused offense. And, if honestly, Ladd and Dobbins can hit together because they're going to be a move the field, move the chains type offense. But then also if you have this game where Ladd's like way underperforming, it's going to be a narrow distribution of touches. So if Ladd is way underperforming, that probably means that Dobbins has a greater chance of overperforming and vice versa. So really like that type of setup there. And, again, the big risk is Gus Edwards just taking the touchdowns in close. Yeah. But if he's not taking the touchdowns, there's opportunity for it to fall to either of these two guys. I think these guys and Josh Palmer are really going to prove to be the offense by and large. And nice opportunity to scoop up some points just from that offense performing.
Are there any other offenses we haven't had a chance just naturally to hit on that kind of, have caught your eye as you've done your research, or maybe saying like, hey, maybe people are underestimating or they have this offense wrong based on kind of what the market's doing?
Yes, I don't know that off the top of my head. I just have the name of the offense. I'm trying to see some of these players that are in here and just trying to think about who might be that offense. I think that the Cardinals have a chance to be a really exciting offense this year. I think that the Cowboys have a chance to be a lot worse than people are anticipating them being, because you've got Ezekiel Elliott really or Rico Dowdle as the number 1 running back, and the offensive line isn't as good as it used to be. And you don't have number 2 wide receiver, and the defense isn't likely to be as good as it's been in the past. Just like it's like the name value there kind of is pushing people in a particular direction. I think that the Vikings with Sam Darnold under center, they're still going to be a team that's going to pass the ball a lot. And this is still going to be that same offense that Kevin O'Connell is going to be running. And I think that's an offense that could overperform expectations. I think a sexy offense that people have talked about this offseason that could overperform expectations is the Tennessee Titans. I don't think that's I don't think I'm like coming out of left field saying the Titans because I've heard other people say it. We don't know what Will Levis is, but it's one of those points where it's like, where there's the questions, you could be way wrong in either direction. And Callahan's talked about, this is going to be a passing offense. The Bengals sometimes pass the ball too much, right? And that could be the risk with the Titans, but we don't mind that for fantasy. So I think that's another offense. Looks like Justin Herbert just went. So there's our Justin Herbert. We've still got Deshaun Watson. What pick are we on right now?
We're at 153. Watson's ADP is 156. We could potentially push it, or do you think we lock up our double stack there?
I mean, I really like this upside that we get with the Deshaun Watson pick.
Yeah.
And if we treat a best ball team like a DFS team, right, where we just say it's harder in best ball because you've invested an hour of time, not just the money for the buy-in, but the hour of time. But like, if we treat it like a DFS roster where you're like, you win it all or you don't win, right? Like, that's the point.
Right.
Well, what if Deshaun Watson isn't healthy? What if he's not himself? It's like, well, that's not the question here. The question is, what if he is healthy? What if he is himself? And all of a sudden we have Jalen Hurts and Deshaun Watson who are trading 30-point games back and forth for our roster. And we're so far ahead of the field. And so taking that upside, I think, is really valuable, especially when we have these two Browns wide receivers, Browns pass catchers.
Yeah, and a shift I've made, and I've talked about it on here, as we get, more casual drafters in here. No quarterbacks are safe. When we were drafting in June, like, I could take Waddle and Tyreek Hill and like push Tua to 150 because no one wanted to take them unstacked. And so you could play fast and loose with getting those ADP values. And now it's like, nobody's safe. And do you really want to have your team blown up? Especially one for us where we don't have many stack options. Herbert's gone, Lawrence is gone, Stroud's gone. So you'd either kind of scramble to build out a backdoor stack, which you can do, but we've made such a big bet on the Browns. I like locking that up. And now we can kind of, approach these next picks without having to scramble out of position. What are your thoughts on these two tight ends? It looks like one of them will be here for us. Cole Kmet, Luke Musgrave. There's also a Jaleel McLaughlin, Braylon Allen. Who jumps out to you here?
I mean, Cole Kmet is a really talented pass catcher. And obviously they've got a deep stable of pass catchers now, which is why he's being drafted all the way down here. But I still see him as somebody who can produce some really nice games for us. And if we get, basically Njoku and Cole Kmet on this roster together, there's opportunity for us to have one of the better tight end rosters. Obviously, the nature of the tight end position is there's opportunity for us to have one of the worst tight end rosters in our 12-team draft. But everybody's going to have that opportunity unless they took one of the top 2 or 3 guys. And so basically position ourselves to say, yeah, but if things fall in our favor, both these guys have potential to significantly outperform the ADP at which we got them.
Yeah, and the other kind of tiebreaker there, even though Musgrave was an ADP value as well, had the same week 10 bye as David Njoku, which isn't ideal to take a 0 there at tight end. And then another kind of feather in the cap of Cole Kmet. He's a nice week 17 correlation opposite Kenneth Walker there, Chicago versus Seattle in week 17. So I like that pairing. I've been, a lot of people are worried about this tight end committee. We saw the usage, from Shane Waldron with Gerald Everett mixing in. But in best ball and at these prices, I think it's baked in at this point that like, okay, yeah, Cole Kmet's not going to run every snap, but we know who he is as a player and he's tied to Caleb Williams. The rest will work itself out.
Yeah, I'm good with that. And again, we're drafting, when we're drafting the 150s, there's going to be some problems with some of these picks. And so it's thinking about what the upside could be as well. And we grabbed some nice upside there.
And I once again want to mention here immediately following this, I got the premiere of the Best Ball Bro video. Every year I make this comedy parody video of all the things that we've been saying all year where we take ourselves too seriously. And now it is time to hold up the mirror and make fun of ourselves. So immediately following this, I think I have it pinned in the chat. It'll debut a live premiere on the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel. That's a different YouTube channel, but I have it set to redirect here. So right when we finish, if you just refresh, you should land there and get to watch the premiere of 2024 Best Ball Bros. like I said, too, if you guys are just tuning in, Jam and I are going to be back for our weekly block party DFS shows. We will run through the slate kind of top down. We go position by position, and then we build a lineup on DraftKings with JM's favorite building blocks that he writes up for 1 week season. And even just talking to you right now, Jam, like wearing a tank top talking to you feels weird because I'm normally in my hoodie, you know, in the fall, in the winter, and I'm getting excited to get back in the trenches with you.
I know the tank top. I noticed the tank top when we came on. It's just a different visual than I'm used to. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. This is my favorite thing to do. And listening to you, watching you. Are we on the clock? We're on the clock. Let's talk about this. I'll talk about you a little bit more.
Please don't. Who do you like here? I mean, we're in this range where you can really start to throw out ADP if you have some players you like.
Yeah, was Isaiah Likely still on there, or did he just get taken?
No, he's here. You want to go 3 tight ends?
Let's go. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, let's take Likely. And I don't know. I don't want to like throw off anything in terms of how you should construct one of these rosters with the 3 tight ends. And there's a whole discussion around that. But there's a lot of talk about, you know, them running a lot of 12 personnel this year and like Likely kind of emerging, stepping into his year where he's going to emerge. And it was weird, right? Last year, Mark Andrews got hurt a couple games and everyone was like, man, look what Isaiah Likely did last year when Andrews was hurt, the super talented guy. And then he kind of just hit some duds in there and people sort of forgot about him. But still, you know, it takes a lot of guys 2-3 years to really develop into the player they're going to be. And I think there's a lot of upside there, especially this deep into the draft.
Yeah, the other thing I like about it, so we have that Houston game. We didn't get Stroud, but still getting a bring back there in week 17 with Likely. And this was on the tweener, I think, as far as capital spent, like Njoku Komet easily could be a 2 tight end build. I also think it's perfectly fine. It's not like you took, you know, Sam LaPorta and Dalton Kincaid and then are tacking on a 3rd tight end. I think it's thin enough. One conversation we should have, obviously Jahan Dotson's ADP has been kind of readjusting post-trade. At these prices, do you start to think there's anything intriguing on a Jalen Hurts team, or is that just a guy where we now know who he is and it's not something we should be messing with?
Do we know who he is, right? Like we've had two seasons, and his rookie year, he was fantastic. Last year he had flashes. It just didn't all come together. I mean, I honestly, this deep into the draft, I don't mind the pick at all on a guy who's talented. Like, does it ever come together? Probably not, but especially given that we have Jalen Hurts, given that we have AJ Brown. Who's going to take away points from AJ Brown? Probably somebody else, but there could be a week where AJ Brown's missing because Jahan Dotson is having a 70-yard, 2-touchdown game. I want to be in on that if it happens. I like the opportunity to get him here since he's fallen this far. Also, you know, you and Pat were talking about at the end of the show, drafting early versus drafting late. How many people are constructing Jalen Hurts, Jahan Dotson teams? And so, you know, when we lay out how Jalen Hurts has his week winning games, typically it's from him running the ball and scoring touchdowns on the ground, which doesn't mean that one of his wide receivers is also popping off. But there is a story available in which Hurts has a 35-point game, but also there's 2 touchdowns thrown in there. They both go to Dotson, and that's a stack that just really nobody's going to have unless it's by accident. So cool opportunity to get to it's like an extra edge that we get with this late draft that we can find a little stack there that's not super high probability to hit, but if it does, we know that we're one of the only people who has it.
So we are at a 2-4-7-3. We got 2 more picks left. I definitely think one of them is a running back. Maybe 2 of them are running backs, but I think we're good at tight end, probably good at quarterback. I guess the decision would be like a 6th running back here versus an 8th wide receiver, but I'll have you start thinking about some sleeper running backs here for this team, but it's shaping up nice structurally here. I guess the one kind of thing that we didn't get to accomplish would be maybe like a Dallas bring back for Jalen Hurts, potentially a Miami bring back for Deshaun Watson. So maybe there's something creative we could think of there, but definitely don't have to force that element.
Yeah, I mean, especially Dallas, when we're getting so far down at like a really thin offense, you're getting so far down into who's on that offense, right? And you don't need, you know, we've seen the Eagles have a lot of 30-10 games. The Eagles are a team that tries to score a lot of points no matter what. So they're not a team where I need to force a bring back. Running back's always sort of weird down here. It's a weakness of mine when I was doing best ball is a lot of times you're taking guys betting on injury or emerging roles. And then I end up saying, let me go to a place where I can more clearly, you know, draw the picture of how this guy emerges. But then every year there's going to be those late round running backs who end up hitting in a big way because of injuries or because of emerging roles. So tell me, like, what running backs down here do you see that you've been drawn toward deeper into the drafts?
Yeah, so there's definitely some different flavors here. I do also think a decent a bit about, correlation stuff when I get down here. So, a guy like Will Shipley of like, hey, let's make a really big bet. We don't have Barkley. What are ways that, this Eagles team bet could work for us in the playoffs? I think that would make sense. Tyrone Tracy seemed like an intriguing guy. There was the injury scare, but then his price never readjusted. He's about to be available here at 201. I've been liking some guys here that haven't been drafted in a lot of contests, like a Carson Steele or a Cam Akers, who seems to be pulling ahead of Dameon Pierce. Any of the names I said stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, with Tyrone Tracy, there's a path to him being like a legitimate top 100, top 120 producer. So something like that, I like, where there's a legitimate path where you're not just hoping things fall your way. But again, that might be a weakness of mine in taking running backs is I want to be able to more clearly see the pathway. And so I don't end up on the guys who didn't really have a pathway and things just broke in their favor. Point A, B, C, D, and E all broke in their favor, and all of a sudden they emerge. But that is how I tend to look at the running back position deeper in the draft.
Yeah, we grabbed Tyrone Tracy there. I think he's a solid pick for us at running back 5. Yeah, do you feel good about our wide receivers? Would you like to maybe explore an 8th wide receiver? You think a 6th running back makes sense here? I think
let's look at these wide receivers, because I never mind having extra depth at wide receiver, especially because you only have to start 2 running backs, and I think that we can pull starting scores from this group of running backs on a pretty regular basis. And wide receivers, a lot of times where you can find the guy who just totally emerges deep into the season, nobody's really thinking about them, or maybe they even have a bigger role early on than people realize. Trey Tucker's interesting. Jalen Hyatt's interesting, right? Big play guys who can hit from anywhere on the field, or somebody who you see could, develop into a key role. Word is Javon Baker's not going to be that guy, but this is preseason. You don't know what's going to happen in season. So yeah, any of these guys who could develop into a big role or who can score from anywhere on the field, right? We leave like the Tyler Boyds alone because we know who they are. Darius Slayton's an interesting guy because he has big play upside. DJ Shark kind of fits into that. What if Ladd gets hurt? And we need a fallback option there in that offense. So yeah, I mean, there's options here. Nothing really stands out, but just throwing something in that can give us that type of upside.
Yeah, I like Trey Tucker. I've had a few people mention, I did a stream early on this offseason with Lord Reeves, a very sharp guy I know does some podcasting with you guys at 1 Week Season. He mentioned Trey Tucker, did a pod with Ray G a couple of weeks ago, a Dynasty guy who really likes Trey Tucker. And again, he falls into that cohort of a guy who hasn't been drafted a ton. He's going to have, a sub 20% draft rate in here. And it's interesting because we always chase those 2nd-year breakouts, myself included. He's kind of been like on the periphery of like the forgotten guy. A lot of times you have to pay a premium price for those 2nd-year breakouts, those rookies as well. Trey Tucker at 18.4. I like buying in on the Raiders with Minshew to be kind of a surprise passing offense. So I like that call.
Yeah, and he's also a guy who coaches with the Raiders, players with the Raiders all seem to really like him and like the work that he puts in and the development that he's had. So, sometimes you get these young guys who they're not going to develop, and you can kind of pick that up from what the team is saying. You don't get that sense with Trey Tucker. You get the sense that this is a guy who a lot of the players and coaches see him as somebody who could emerge. Obviously, that's dependent on quarterback, which is a big weakness on this team. But if the quarterback play is there, then he certainly has the ability to hit for some big games.
All right, I'm going to recap this team here before we shut it down and head over to the Deposit Kingdom channel for the premiere of Best Ball Bros. Here it is. Jalen Hurts and Deshaun Watson at quarterback. Get up to 5 running backs: Kenneth Walker, Ramondre Stevenson, Zack Moss, J.K. Dobbins, and Tyrone Tracy. Our wide receivers: A.J. Brown, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Christian Kirk, Ladd McConkey, Jerry Jeudy, Jahan Dotson, and Trey Tucker. And our 3 tight ends: David Njoku, Cole Kmet, Isaiah Likely. I know you haven't drafted a ton of best ball teams, but how does this one look to you, Jam?
I mean, I love the upside at quarterback. I love the depth of wide receiver and the upside at wide receiver. I love the tight end position. And honestly, the top couple running backs, the way that that's set up with Kenneth Walker, Ramondre Stevenson, J.K. Dobbins, opportunity for that to turn into like a really solid running back group where Kenneth Walker, Ramondre Stevenson could both be top 3 round picks next year. J.K. Dobbins could be a 5th round pick next year. And I always try to think about that, right? Like, because that's telling us how they perform this year. People draft next year based on how these guys perform this year. And, I was saying last year, like, hey, Tank Dell could be a 7th round pick next year. Puka Nacua could be a 5th round pick next year. And now we see them up here in these top, 1st round, 3rd round type guys. And so when we can find guys like that who are going to be drafted much higher next year, that obviously means they performed well for us. So yeah, tons of upside on that team, tons of ways that it could break wrong, which we're okay with that because that's how you win one of these tournaments, is kind of hitting those inflection points, these question marks where other people want to lean safe and we can take a little bit more risk. Nice structure, nice stacks. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to do one underdog draft on the summer, I want it to look like that. So I feel good about it. And yeah, before we hop out, I do want to say what I was going to say earlier, which is just when I first started working with you, I remember telling Aaron and everybody else at OWS, I was like, Pete's brain is just going to keep growing and growing. He's so good at what he does. So it is a joy to work with you every week. I'm glad we get to do this. Looking forward to the season.
Yeah, man, it's my highlight too. Those Friday afternoons. This channel now, there's so many people who are new here because of Best Ball, and people think of it as a Best Ball channel, but it started as a hardcore DFS salary cap channel. People have watched me over the years. I was an atrocious DFS player when I started, and getting to talk with you weekly and so many other people that I do shows with, Mike Leone, Brick75, turned into a much stronger player. And now I love talking it out with you. And I think too, for you Best Ball guys, the stuff can feed back and forth. And really a lot of these concepts can help you with your DFS play. And even as we talk a lot about the Battle Royale stuff, which I do with the Badge Bros, that'll be immediately following the Block Party show with JM. There's a lot of these concepts too that you can pour over, understanding how ownership and leverage can help you win these top heavy tournaments. So I think it's a perfect marriage, JM. Look forward to it, and let the people know over at 1 Week Season. I know we always got the promo code Pete going on over there. You guys got Best Ball stuff as well if people want to check that out, but give a quick pitch here on what people can check out over at OWS before the season starts.
Yeah, so if you go to oneweekseason.com, you'll see our Best Ball Plus featured on the homepage. You'll also see on the top of the homepage, you'll see a link to the Daily Dose, which is a free redraft newsletter that we're doing this year that's going to go out 7 days a week. Little bits of insight, research, waiver wire stuff. So if you want just some extra free content that's deeply researched, that's something to hit on. And we'll hit on this in our show next week leading up to week 1 kickoff. But everything's free on OWS week 1. So all of the DFS content every year is free week 1. So you get a chance to come check it out. So I will see you back here on this show, you viewers, listeners, Pete, I'll see you back here. But if you aren't back here next week, just remember oneweekseason.com, that everything's free there. Go check it out. Basically our motto is we teach you to fish. And that's kind of our focus is we're very good at understanding what the coaching and player situations are. And that's really like what people want, but what you actually need a lot of times is the understanding of the strategy of DFS and how to win tournaments. And that's what we really focus on. So you get both sides, but the most valuable asset is the teaching and training that you're going to pick up throughout the season and just become a sharper DFS player where you can kind of bank on that profit as you move through your DFS career. So yeah, man, looking forward to what's ahead.
Yes, make sure you guys check it out. And like I said, you get the free stuff to hop around, and then we'll be talking about it all throughout the season. You guys will see what a great value prop the 1 Week Season sub is. I will keep you guys posted on my schedule as far as what the Tuesday show is going to look like, but we are going to head over to the Deposit Kingdom channel now for the Best Ball premiere stream. Appreciate you guys all hanging out, for JM, for Shawn, for Pat, for the chat, for producer Mark. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you next time on Best Ball.